Hello and welcome to this, our 206th live stream, Getting All Wet. This is, of course, a reference to our Monday video on baptism. And if you haven't watched that already, please, after the live stream, go and check that out. Okay, this is our weekly live Q&A, and we're glad you could join us tonight. Just a little bit of housekeeping before we begin here. On the fiction front, which on this channel, we do believe in public engagement. So where we believe in engaging the culture. And to do that, we have published a series of fiction books. The first one came out on the 15th, and it is Reliquary of the Dead. If you like science fiction and you like archaeology in your science fiction, you'll really enjoy this book. It's a bit of Dune, it's a bit of Sherlock Holmes, it's a bit of Indiana Jones, and it's a really fast-paced story. It'll also give you a nice little primer on the field of archaeology too. So that's available now. And if you have read this, please write a review, because that really helps get the book out there. The more reviews, the more likely it is to be a success. So thank you already to those who've read the book and have left a review, but if you haven't, please do so. The other thing we'd like to say is this week we also launched the pre-order of the book's sequel, which is All the Stars as Angels. And that should be starting to come out available on a variety of booksellers. I've already noticed that the ebook is available on Amazon, but it should be showing up on other booksellers really, really soon. And this will be released on July 15th. So this is the sequel for the first book. So, again, we hope you enjoy the series. And we thank everyone who's purchased the books and who has left a review, because reviews really, really matter. Okay, so with that said, let's get into the rules, and then we can get into the questions. So that's the housekeeping. Okay, the rules. 1, super chats have priorities. Everyone knows that. That's true on every YouTube channel, and even YouTube states it. Okay? We do take non-super chat questions, but we ask that you put a Q and a colon in front of the question so we know it's directed to us. If there's no Q and a colon, we don't see it, we assume it's not for us, and we just sort of pass it by. Okay? Only post non-super chats once. If you post it more than once, we regard that as questions spamming, and we won't take your question. That disqualifies your question for the live stream. Okay? If it's something to do with something in the Bible, we ask that you include give us some context. So we need what book it's from, what chapter, and what verse. This saves us a lot of time hunting things down. Okay? We also ask that you only do 1 question per chat. So no question stacking. We can't answer 10 questions stuffed into a single chat. That ain't going to happen anymore. Okay? And then finally, we do allow sponsored questions, but we ask that you copy the question into the super chat so that we know, we don't have to hunt for it. So, that said, let's get into the questions. Okay. First question here is from Darkblade. And he asks, is it normal for me as a Protestant to affirm the position that Peter was indeed the first pope? Okay, is it normal? That's a difficult question to ask. Do some Protestants affirm that Peter was the first pope? Yes. Yes, they do. Anglicans tend to do this. You even find some Lutherans that do this. So there are Protestants that do affirm that Peter was the first pope. But what it is, while some do this and some don't, it's also a bit of an anachronism. Okay? And the problem here is the whole term for pope. In the Greek, papa. Okay? It was a term that was first coined. The first recorded use we have of it is in the 3rd century AD. And it referred to Heraclius, patriarch of Alexandria, after his death. And at least for the following 2 centuries, it seemed to be something that was applied to the bishops of the apostolic sees. Okay? So it wasn't just a pope of Rome. There was also Pope of Alexandria, a Pope of Constantinople, a Pope of Antioch, and a Pope of Jerusalem. Okay? Yeah, Dossman says it's more of an honorary title bestowed later. Yeah, it really was kind of more of an honorary title.
But it wasn't exclusively
No.
to the Church of
No, it wasn't exclusively to the Church of Rome until the first person who basically said it was exclusive to the Bishop of Rome was Leo the First in the 5th century. Okay, Leo the First is going to be the first Papa or Pope to basically say that this is exclusive to Rome. Okay, so it is much more of an honorary title, and it was a title that was basically spread out through the Christian church to the bishops of the apostolic sees. Okay, so it really is, it's one of those things that is more, it's a later development. So, yeah, you could be a good Protestant and affirm Peter was the first pope, but then at that point you're running into a kind of anachronism. Okay, so anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it, and it was a good question. Okay, next question here is from Adrian Rodriguez. Did Jephthah offer his daughter as a sacrifice or dedicate her to religious service? Judges 11:28-40. Ooh. We get this one frequently, but it's one of those that's actually worth taking more than once. Because sometimes people don't get the message on this one. Okay. Now let's go to 11:28-40. And we'll go right down to where it... All right. And the text... All right. Verse 31 is the key passage here. We'll start at 30 and go to 31 because that's really the key passage. And Jephthah made a vow to the Lord and said, if thou wilt indeed give the sons of Ammon into my hand, then it shall be that whatever comes out of the doors of my house to meet me, when I return in peace from the sons of Ammon, it shall be the Lord's, and I will offer it up as a burnt offering. Okay? Now, the term here for burnt offering is olah. Okay? Now, that is really specific. Okay? And olah is a offering that you burn to ash. Okay? That's what an olah is. Okay? So, what did Jephthah do? He followed through with a vow. Now, he had an escape if he had known about this. Okay? A man makes a hasty vow and can't go through with it. He can redeem the vow for money. There is a passage in the scriptures that allow this. Okay? But Jephthah was an ignorant man, and he was out in the boondocks, and he was deeply influenced by paganism. So what happened was he did carry through with the sacrifice. Okay? So she was killed. She was killed and incinerated. Okay. And as awful as that is, it shows you what kind of bad judge Jephthah is. He's a bad judge. Not quite as bad as Samson, but he's almost there. He's a bad judge. And you can tell that from his placement in the book of Judges. He's at the end. You know, and Judges is arranged like this. Good judges at the beginning, bad judges at the end. Jephthah's near the end. Dark Blake, Falk once straight up called Jephthah a gang leader. He was. Yeah, he was a gang leader. Then again, that was the response to the question that I submitted. Yeah. Jack Ray, I know Samson was the worst judge, but Jephthah's the one who grinds my gears the most. Oh yeah, he's an awful judge. He's terrible. He's absolutely an awful judge. You know? Yeah, and it shows he didn't know, as my producer just said here, it shows he didn't know God very well. Dude's a terrible judge. Terrible. He knows nothing about Israelite history. He's a terrible leader. He's a thug. He is a thug. Ugh. Ick. Ryan Conkamp asks, is there any literal chronology to Judges? No, there isn't. The problem with the book of Judges is it's not told in sequence. It's not told serially. It's told in parallel. And it's arranged didactically. So any chronology in Judges is going to be sort of messed up by its didactic structure. It's a teaching book. It's a book that's designed to teach you good judges and bad judges. Here's a good judge, Othniel. Here's a bad judge, Samson. Yeah, linguist ammo. And Samson is in Hebrews 11. Yes, he is in Hebrews 11. And Hebrews 11 is often misunderstood too. People in Hebrews 11 aren't good people. It's the hall of faith. It's God using bad people for his plan. Hebrews 11 is all about these are bad people who still by faith, managed to overcome, but Christ is better than that. That's what Hebrews 11 is about. I mean, it really sort of ticks me off when I see people hear people say, "Oh, he's in Hebrews 11. He's in Hebrews 11, so he must be a good guy." No, it doesn't. No, that's not how Hebrews 11 works. No, stop it! You're hurting me. Oh boy. Annie says Jesus is not using bad people for his plan. God uses bad people all the time. It doesn't work well for them, but God uses bad people all the time. He used Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar wasn't a good guy. Yeah. 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 Ryan Copeland, by faith, Pharaoh hardened his heart. Yeah. And you know what? Pharaoh hardened his heart. He hardened his heart. Then God hardened his heart. Oh, yeah. God uses bad people all the time. Common vessels. We sometimes, like Paul will mention the difference between common and special vessels. The common vessels God still uses. The special vessels is the ones that are being preserved for redemption. So, okay. So anyway, I hope that explains Jephthah here. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. Okay, now we got an interesting super chat here. From BC for $2 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. Is it okay for Christians to receive Reiki healing? Okay, let me give you a test here. Okay, you need when evaluating any and I'll qualify this first. I'm not opposed to Eastern medical techniques. Okay, I think there is some merit to some Eastern medicine. Okay, but I think it all must be tested. Okay, now here's what I will say about any Eastern medical technique. And you should ask always these 3 questions. Okay, is it safe? Is it effective? Okay. Does it require you to buy into the religious system? Okay. Now, and for those of you who don't know what Reiki is kind of, how does this, kind of like faith healing. It's Eastern kind of faith healing where the practitioner touches or hovers over the person and puts his energy into the person to heal them. It's kind of like faith healing where, like Ernest Ainsley will put his hand on a person he's trying to heal, go, "You are healed," and puts his energy into them. Okay? It's kind of like that. Okay? So that's what Reiki is. It's basically putting the practitioner putting his energy into the person to heal them. Okay? Now, when we apply the three question test, is it safe? Yeah, Reiki's safe. It's useless, but it's safe. Okay. Is it effective? No. No studies have ever shown that it is any more effective than a placebo. Okay. And there have been studies on Reiki. Okay. Reiki has shown to have no efficacy at all. Okay. Does it require you to buy into the religious system? Yeah, actually it does. Okay. And Reiki practitioners say if you don't believe it, it won't work. Okay. So those are the warning signs there. It's safe, it's ineffective, and requires you to buy into the system. Okay? Now, let me give you a contrasting Eastern medical practice that is acceptable to, say, Christians. Okay? Acupuncture. Okay? Now, acupuncture, is it safe? Yes. Is it effective? Now, medical studies have shown that in some instances, acupuncture is actually effective, which is really strange, but it has been clinically shown to work. Okay. Does it require you to buy into the religious system? No. It works regardless of whether you believe in Taoism or not. And Taoism is the sort of the foundational principle of acupuncture. Okay? So, if it is safe, if it is effective, and if it doesn't require you to believe the religious underpinnings of the system, it's acceptable. Okay? So, here's going to be sort of the dividing line then. Is it safe, is it effective, and do you have to buy into it? Okay? If you don't have to buy into it, and it's effective, there's some objective basis for it. Then it is a legitimate medical practice. Okay? Even if we don't understand completely how it works. Okay? Now, as I say, in the case of Darkblade says some acupuncture techniques use electricity from what I've seen or heard. They are usually surface ganglia that are interrupted or stimulated. Okay, so that has actually been shown to be effective against, say, numbness of the limbs, and I think here this is where we have to be circumspect. Okay, we have to exercise some nuance here. Okay? Because some of these techniques are effective, whether they are, say, applied physiology or applied pharmacology. There are some that are effective. Okay, so we can't just throw the baby out with the bathwater. Okay, but in the case of, say, Reiki, it requires you to believe it for it to work. So you have to buy into the system for it to be effective. And clinically, it's not effective. So then all you're doing then is just a placebo effect where you buy into the religion. So I would say that in the case of Reiki, a Christian should not undergo Reiki therapy, whereas other Eastern forms of medicine may be acceptable, like acupuncture, like deep tissue massage, even certain pharmacological, like traditional, like Chinese medicines might be effective too. But then again, I would want it to undergo proper clinical medical testing before, say, recommending them. All right? So, BC, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Really, really interesting question. Oreo, I can't let a needle get close to me, to my form. It might deflate me. Okay. Okay. All right, let's go on to the next question here. Go back to the way up to the top here. All right, here's the next one here from Dossman for $2. Thank you for the super chat. What is the oldest iteration of monotheism? Okay. I think one of the things that we have to do is define what monotheism is. Okay, because there's many sort of blurring of the lines. Okay, so the two systems that are closest to each other here are going to be monotheism and monolatrous henotheism. Okay, now monotheism is a monolatry as well, which is you only owe your worship to one god. But there's a difference between henotheism and monotheism. Okay, henotheism is that there's many gods running around. Okay, but you only owe your allegiance and your worship to one of them. Monotheism, on the other hand, states there is no other god but the one, the big G god. Okay, we're not talking about like little spirits or Necharu or lesser divinities, or the big G god. Okay, so there is a qualitative difference between henotheism and or a epistemological difference between monotheism and henotheism. Okay, now most of the systems that I've looked at that are ancient are either henotheistic or polytheistic. Okay, there's some pantheism thrown in there too, but strictly speaking, the first true monotheism that I can see in history is the Israelite religion, as it was, say, given at Mount Sinai. Okay, so that is what I would peg as the oldest form or iteration of monotheism. Now, there have been some claims that there are some African tribes that were also monotheistic, but gosh, they look awfully henotheistic to me. And the claims to antiquity are also disputable. Okay, so Scott Worthen asks, Zoroastrianism a distant second runner-up? No. Zoroastrianism is not monotheistic. It's dualistic. It's two equal gods. Ahura Mazda, the good god, and Angra Mainya, the evil god. Okay, so it's a dualism. So Zoroastrianism is not a monotheism. It's not even close. So I think we're at that point where, I just have to look at it and I just go, yeah, okay. We have to give this one to the Israelites this time. I think this is where they're innovating religion is through, and it comes down to this, is what actually created monotheism for the Israelites is something you don't find in a lot of other religions, which is the whole idea of transcendence. Okay? Now, transcendence is the idea that God is separate from the creation he created. Okay? Now, in a lot of religions, the God creates the world and then he lives in that world he created. Okay? He needs a space to live, so he's building a house in the world. The God of Judaism basically creates the universe and then rests from it. So he's transcendent. Because he is transcendent, there's this idea then that he is not contingent upon the world, and because he's not contingent upon the world, he's not a pantheism, and his identity, his epistemology and metaphysics collapses into monotheism. So unless you have transcendence, it's really, really hard to be monotheistic. And that's the great innovation of Israelite religion. It is transcendent. So that's sort of the difference here. So then when you do get other monotheistic religions, they're going to follow that similar pattern of transcendent deity. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And thank you again for that great review on Amazon. We really appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Okay, the next one here is from Dossman for $2. Thank you for the super chat. And the food section has begun. What is the best Jarritos flavor? Okay. I like pineapple. Whenever I buy Jarritos, I almost always get the pineapple. Occasionally I'll get the lime. But I'm a big fan of the pineapple. I think pineapple Jarritos is the best. Yeah. Oh yeah. My producer reminds me of a story here. I was visiting the University of British Columbia because I was there doing some research. And they had this little Mexican place down in the Student Union building. And I ordered a burrito and a bottle of Jarritos. Okay? And she goes, and it was right behind the acrylic shield. So I knew they had it. And she goes, Jarritos? Jarritos? And she goes, oh, Jarritos! Jarritos. How Canadians pronounce Mexican words. Jarritos. And I politely told her it's pronounced Jarritos. Yep. Andrew Graham, Jarritos, laugh out loud. Yep. Ah, yes, that was fun. So yes, my favorite Jarritos is the pineapple. As again, sometimes I'll do the lime or the mandarin orange. I've done the mandarin orange too. The mandarin orange is good as well, but definitely the pineapple's my favorite. Okay. 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 Next one here is 100 mpg for 1999. Shabbat Shalom, Dr. Falk, and the producer. Well, Shabbat Shalom to you too. This question is from my girlfriend who's become a fan. Oh, fantastic! Uh, hello, girlfriend of 1000 mpg. Why does it seem fewer good men are being called to pastor ministry, even though more are attending church? Blessings to you. And that's a great question. Okay. Uh, this is symptomatic of a bigger societal movement. Okay. The bigger societal movement is that men are being pushed into the trades. They're being pushed out of academic learning or book learning in general. They're being told that the only reason to read is to gain a practical skill. It is just a sign of a larger movement. The idea that if you can, if it's worth doing, you can learn it online. You don't go to school for it. So the whole idea of the whole mission of the pastor scholar has sort of fallen to the wayside because of the greater movement in society as a whole. Right now, less and less men go to college these days than women. Women outnumber, like you go to colleges, modern colleges today, you'll notice that about 75% of the students there are women. It's higher learning has become a women, female dominated field. Okay. And you're seeing this affect the seminaries too. They've also become female dominated. Okay. So, and again, this is becoming more and more of an issue as we see, say, the decline of seminaries, the decline of, say, expository preaching in churches, and it's becoming a real problem. And a society where men are no longer learning. You know, here's one of the things that I think is really sort of bone chilling about all this is that you need a literate society to function. Men are no longer being taught to be literate. They're taught to do practical skills. You know, carpentry, electrician, anything you can learn in a trade school, IT. You know, these are things that you're starting to get at trade schools, and so we're seeing a shift from men in, say, the highest echelons of academic learning to men in the trades. Though many of those men who would have gone on and become, say, teachers and professors and pastors are now becoming highly paid electricians, bricklayers, you know, skyscraper construction workers, you know, and there's nothing wrong with that. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that, except the system's out of balance. That's the problem. We don't have, because we have so many men entering the trades right now, we have to understand that the trades are also basically they're cyclical. They're cyclical. Okay? As long as the economy is good, yeah, there'll be demand for the trades. But when that cycle turns, you do get things like the crash of the heavy machine workers in the 1970s. So Darkblade, men mainly doing trades. Did society jump back 200 years or something? Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, we've and trade schools do follow cycles. You know, there was a time, I mean, they've had their ups and their downs. Okay, you know, and trade schools, you know, basically a whole bunch of them will pop up when you got a boom time. Then you get a depression or a recession. All those trade schools will go out of business. Then the economy will upswing again. Then you'll start seeing a pop-up of trade schools again, and the cycle continues. Okay? But what we haven't seen in a very, very long time is so many men entering the trades. And that's what's different. We've been sort of on a boom cycle here for so long that that men are being sort of siphoned into the trades in unprecedented numbers. Ray Naylor says, well, we need bivocational pastors. Yeah, here's the problem with bivocational pastors. And look, there's some of them who are bivocational. Okay, this is not a dig against bivocational pastors. The problem with bivocational pastors is they don't have the time to devote to being a pastor. Pastor is if you do it right, it's a full-time job. It's full-time. Look, half of your week, 20 hours, is just the sermon. If you do the job of pastor right, 15 to 20 hours is dedicated to just your sermon. Okay? If you've got a bivocational pastor, he's going to be doing a 40-hour work week at his day job. And then he's going to go and he's going to put in another 20 hours to do a sermon. Is he going to then do another 20 hours? Doing the other duties of a church, because a church is today is like running a small corporation. Okay, it's like running a small corporation. You've got $1 million endowment. You've got payroll that needs to be done, and you don't have to do it yourself, but you've got to be there, to make sure that the people who are doing it are doing it. So, yeah, Ron Naylor says, unfortunately, many churches can't pay for anything else. No, they can't. But again, this is a symptom. It's a feedback loop. Okay? Bivocational pastors are going to lead to smaller congregations because they can't afford to dedicate themselves full-time to the church. So this is going to lead to a problem that it's just going to feed back on itself. So I don't think bivocational pastors are the answer. I think there's many ministries within the church where you can be bivocational, but I think it becomes more of a problem if you want quality preaching and teaching out of your pastor. So it depends on what you want out of your pastor. If you want just to lead if you want him to be a life coach, or if you want him to do a few, say, topical sermons, yeah, knock yourself out with bivocational pastors, but you're not going to get a good expository sermon. And you're not going to get proper growth in the faith out of your congregation because they're not doing expository sermons. Yeah, so... Mm-hmm. Darkblade, my pastor's also a seminary teacher. Is that a good thing? It can be. Okay. Here's the thing. Not every seminary teacher's pulling a full load. Okay. Some of them, like I had one who was a seminary teacher, and he was a great preacher. Of course, he had a voice that would put you to sleep, but in a good way. Okay, it was in a good way. Okay, but he only did one class a semester. Okay, he only did one class a semester because he was also a full-time pastor. He knew where his duty lied. Okay, so again, it depends on how much of a load he's holding. Okay, if he's like many of those seminary those pastor teachers, they're only doing 1 or 2 classes, and 1 or 2 classes, that's not a big deal. That's just like having a sort of a part-time thing added on to their regular duties. Okay? Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But again, that's the reason, is because that fewer good men are going into the pastoral ministry. It's because they're being directed by the culture into the trades, essentially. Yeah. Well, yeah, they're being told too, as my producer just said, that student debt is not going to get you a job. And that's not quite true, but student debt doesn't help either. Okay, the next super chat here is from Matthew for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. What is an alternative book you recommend instead of G.K. Beale's book on the temple? Now, I'm assuming here you mean, what is a good book on the Temple of Jerusalem? And I just happen to have a recommendation right here, which is The Temple and the Tabernacle by J. Daniel Hayes. Let me pull that out so you can see it. This is a fantastic book on the temple in Jerusalem. Absolutely fantastic. It's not a big book, and it's not a terribly expensive book. It's about 200 pages, but it's got full color pictures, maps, floor plans. It's a really, really good book, and I highly recommend it for anyone who's interested in the temple and the tabernacle. Okay, so that would be my recommendation for a good book instead of G.K. Beale's. All right. So, but if you want a book on Christology and the symbolism of the temple as it applies to a Christocentric thinking, you're not going to get that out of Hayes' book, but you will get that out of Beale's book. All right. So it always depends upon what exactly you want, but that's what I would recommend. Okay, next one here is from AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Read Matthew 1:23 and Matthew 28:20. Do you see a connection? Yes, there is a connection. Okay, so Matthew. Matthew 1:23, which is, Behold, the virgin shall be with child, and shall bear a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel, which translates God with us. All right. That's the key thing he's getting at here. Matthew 28, verse 20. And this is the Great Commission, teaching them to observe all that I commanded you, for lo, I am with you always, even to the end of the age. God with us. Okay? And this is not an accident. Matthew is beginning with Emmanuel, the prophecy, God with us, and he's ending his book with Jesus is with us always, even to the end of the age. Okay? So, thank you very much for that super chat. And yes, there's definitely a connection here. Okay, next one here is from AT Ministries. For $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. We see that Jesus is our Passover lamb. How is he our Yom Kippur bull or goat? He's not exactly, okay? The Yom Kippur bull and goat did not forgive sins, okay? And we do see this in where God says, I have no pleasure in the killing of rams and bulls. Okay. The bull and the goat are for the covering of sins, the kefer of sins. Okay. The Passover lamb's something else. It's Jesus is the ultimate Passover lamb, the passing over of sin and death. And it's more even death than sin. Okay? So in this case, Jesus symbolizes the ultimate Passover lamb, that not only where God, doesn't pass judgment on sin, but forgives it. because it's paid in full. Okay? So that's sort of the symbolism of the Passover lamb when it occurs to the death of Jesus. But Jesus is not exactly a one-to-one equivalent with the Yom Kippur bull and goat, because that actually represents something else, which is, say, the covering, the covering over of sin. Whereas, say, with the death of Christ, it's no longer a covering; it's a complete payment. The wrath of God is satisfied. So he's not the Yom Kippur thing does not relate to Christ directly, okay? But the Yom Kippur thing is sort of the ritual sort of limping along until the debt's forgiven. Okay, so there is a difference between the two rituals, and Christ is not seen in necessarily in both of them, but we definitely see him as the Passover lamb, because we see John declare him, "Behold, the lamb that takes away the sins of the world." Okay, so it's John who identifies Christ with the Passover lamb. Scott Worthen asks, why does Christianity not celebrate Yom Kippur? Because Yom Kippur is about covering the sins of the nation. Okay, that's the reason why. Okay, Yom Kippur is about the covering over of sins, not the forgiveness of sins. Yom Kippur is a very special festival. Okay, it's the one time a year where rebellion. Now, there's three kinds of sin in the Jewish system of categories of sin. There's iniquity, trespass, and rebellion. Okay? Iniquity and trespass can be resolved any time of the year with a sacrifice. Okay, but rebellion can only be covered over at Yom Kippur. So the person who rebels carries that with them until Yom Kippur. So Yom Kippur basically covers over the rebellion of the nation. Covers over all the sin and rebellion of the nation. Okay. Christianity does not celebrate Yom Kippur because we don't need our sins covered over. They are forgiven. The blood of Christ paid the debt in full. It blanked it out. It separated us from sin as far as east is from the west. So it's a superfluous ritual to Christianity. We don't need it. And that's why we don't celebrate Yom Kippur. Our sins are forgiven. They're paid in full by the blood of Jesus Christ. So, Darkblade, someone who rebels on Tishri 11 has to wait about 353 or 383 days to be covered. Yep. That's the consequences of rebelling and Yom Kippur. Exactly. That's exactly the consequences. Okay. So I hope that answers the whole Yom Kippur thing. Thank you for that super chat. Very much appreciated. 18 Mistress for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Was Abraham a polytheist? That one is a kind of difficult thing to say, to determine, okay? We do know that patriarchal religion was a little squishy at times, okay? We do know that Jacob's wives were into other idols, okay? So some of the patriarchs weren't always what we would call full monotheist. Some of them might have been henotheistic. That's possible. Or they might have moved from one position to the other. Terah was a polytheist. Okay. Was Abraham necessarily a polytheist, though? That's sort of an open question. At the very minimum, he worshipped El Shaddai, or El Elyon. Okay, so he did owe his allegiance to one god over the other. Now, did he believe that other gods existed? So, at minimum, he was probably a henotheist. At best, he was a monarchical monotheist. Ah,
Feeling if you God, you suddenly become very.
Ryan Cohen Comp says, was Abraham a polytheist before being called? Very possibly. Very possibly.
It really is now.
Okay, Haystack asks, so would Abraham be considered Christian? Not in his lifetime, because Christ had not, unless you considered the theophanies to be manifestations of Christ, okay? But what we know from, say, Hebrews 11 is they were anticipating the promise of Christ, okay? So they were hanging on the promises, but they wouldn't be Christian per se until they get into the afterlife, because the idea of salvation is based upon what is your relationship with the true Christ. Okay? If your relationship with the true Christ is correct, you become a Christian regardless of whether you were born before or after Christ. Okay? So this is more of a matter of what we're talking about as far as perspective. Strictly speaking, before his death, no, he wouldn't be a Christian because Christ hadn't been incarnated. After his death, where he has relationship with Christ, well, that's a whole different matter. So this is going to depend particularly on the perspective here, in relation to the afterlife. Okay, so hope that helps. Okay, next super chat here from AT Mistress for $1.99. Deuteronomy 8:10. How do we bless God? Well, let's pull up the text here. Deuteronomy 8, verse 10. When you have eaten and are satisfied, this is of the food of the land, you shall bless the Lord your God with the good land which he has given you. All right. Now, what does it mean to bless? Okay. To bless is to praise or honor something as holy. So, the Ark of the Covenant might be blessed as a holy object. Okay. A person could be blessed as someone who is holy or praiseworthy. And people likewise can bless God by extolling him as someone who is holy, worthy, and to be praised. Okay? So it was one of those things that it is possible to bless God, just as much as it is possible for God to bless mankind. So it is a two-way street, the whole blessing thing. Okay? Jonathan Walker, like Abraham being blessed by Melchizedek. Yeah, Abraham was blessed by Melchizedek. Again, there's that recognition that Abraham is to be praised or honored or seen as holy. Okay? So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for 199. How does the essence energy distinction handle partialism? Ooh, not very well. Okay. Um, you tend to see the essence energy distinction tend to more fall down the lines of, say, the Creed of Chalcedon. Okay. Now we're getting into a little bit of technical um, speak here, but the Creed of Chalcedon basically tries to restore or tries to resolve the Monophysite Nestorian controversy. Okay, now Monophysitism is the idea that when Christ bled on the cross, God bled on the cross. When Christ ate a sandwich, God ate a sandwich. Okay? It confuses and mixes the two natures of Christ. Now, on the other hand, you got the Nestorian controversy, where you have, say, a person, a spirit person of Christ, and a human person of Christ, and they're not mixing because they're not even the same person. Okay? That's also an issue. Okay? So, the Council of Chalcedon was called in 451 to resolve this matter. And what they basically decided was that Christ is fully God, fully man, one person with two natures. And they don't try to define what exactly the natures are, but they say they have this sort of catch thing. Without confusion, without change, without division, without separation. Okay? So, in the case of where they would harmonize the energy essence distinction here, they would say there's no confusion of the persons, okay? There's no division of the essence, and there's no separation of the essence. Okay? But there are distinct persons within the essence. Okay? So that's where they're going to sort of land on this, those who hold to the essence energy distinction. And I think that's really a as close as we can get with our limited comprehension of how the hypostases of the Trinity work. So most of the early church fathers would reject partialism, and I would be in that category of rejecting partialism. The idea, and partialism is the idea that the Trinity is parts. Okay, there's a part of God that's Christ, a part of God that's the Holy Spirit, and a part of God that's the Father. And that's not what, say, the essence energy distinction would sort of lean towards. They would definitely say that the essence encompasses the entirety of the essence is Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit is the essence. Okay? And then the energy is just what radiates off of it. It's basically how they can justify transcendence. Is they can say that, yeah, okay, the essence of God is transcendent from his creation, but his energy influences the creation. So, so this is where I would land on this. Is I think that the essence energy distinction does not handle partialism at all well, but very few. I mean, partialism is sort of coming back into vogue. I know there's some modern theologians that have now sort of started to adopt partialism, but I think it's still very problematic. Darkblade, Lutheran satire likened partialism to Voltron. That's partialism, Patrick. Love Lutheran satire. Oh, yeah, they're so brilliant. Okay. 18 Ministers for 199. Deuteronomy 8:2. So these guys were like all 6'2"? Well, let's see what we're talking about here. Deuteronomy 8, verse 2. And you shall remember all the way which the Lord your God has led you in the wilderness these 40 years, that he might humble you, testing you to know what was in your heart, whether you would keep his commandments or not. Deuteronomy 8:2. I don't get the question. Yeah, I don't get the question. It's you must be thinking of a different passage here. Yeah, so I don't understand it. Okay. Sorry. I just don't understand the question here. Deuteronomy 2:21. Okay. 18 Ministers 199. Didn't he make him drink the dust? Deuteronomy 2:21. Okay. A people as great and numerous as tall as the Anakim, but the Lord destroyed them before them. They dispossessed them and settled in their place. Were you talking about the Anakim being 6'2"? Because it's possible. But this is also a scribal gloss, so I don't know what this has to do with drinking dust. I think you got your passages might be confused here. But this is a scribal gloss. The whole Rephaim Anakim insertion here is a scribal gloss. It was probably introduced during the Iron Age, and is, I wouldn't call this a great this is not a good passage to use as any sort of proof text. I'll just say that. Okay. So I hope that helped, but I can't figure out anything more from what you said in the question here. So, but thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Okay, 18 messages for 199. Numbers 4:6. Does this mean the polls weren't usually in? This is a great question. And this one I know I can't answer. So Numbers 4:6. This is the sons of Aaron again. Oh, yeah, this is where things get dicey. Okay. Now, this is where close to where Abihu and Nadab bite it. Okay? In chapter 5, is it? Let's just look up where Abihu bites it here. Just to make sure I'm on the right track here. Abihu. Yeah. Numbers 3. Yeah, okay. Numbers 3 is where Abihu and Nadab bite it. They get burned up. Okay? And they mourn after the death of Aaron's sons. And then in chapter 4, they have to break camp. They have to break camp. And they are told in verse 6 that they need to lay the Kohathites, who are Levites in charge of moving the tabernacle, they're told to lay a covering of porpoise skin on it and spread a cloth over it pure blue and insert its poles. Okay? Now, this is the first time they're breaking up the tabernacle since Abihu and Nadab got zapped. Okay? In Exodus 25:15. Okay, so Exodus 25. Oops. 15. Start verse 4. And you shall, I'll start at 13. And you shall make poles of acacia wood and overlay them with gold, and you shall put the poles into the rings on the sides of the ark to carry the ark with them. The poles shall remain in the rings of the ark. They shall not be removed from it. Okay. So before the construction of the ark, they're told to make these poles, stick them in the rings, and leave them there. Doesn't get much clearer than that. Okay? So what happened in Numbers 4, verse 6, where the Kohathites have to reinsert the poles. What happened was Nadab and Abihu took them out. Okay? They were naughty. This is why they got zapped. Okay? They got zapped for... So when they set up the tabernacle, Nadab and Abihu took the poles out of the ark, and then they brought in the strange fire. And that was probably fire from outside of the tabernacle precinct. That was probably started with an unclean material like dung. Okay? So, no, that's not a kosher way to start a fire. Okay? I mean, it is if you're in your normal, cooking tent, but not when you're doing a sacred fire to the Lord. So yeah, not good. Not good. So the poles were usually in the ark, and they were supposed to be. They were supposed to remain there. It's because of Abihu and Nadab's disobedience that they were removed. And that's why the Kohathites have to be specially instructed to insert the poles back in. Yeah. Darkblade says, so Nadab and Abihu are as one of those double offenses. Yeah, it is. Yeah, this is exactly one of those double offenses. And it surprises me how many exegetes, when we look at, say, summary judgment, it surprises me how many exegetes don't look for double offenses. Because they're common. You see them in scripture frequently. People aren't just usually judged for just one thing. It's not like you tripped on one thing and God goes, aha, caught you. Now you're gonna pay for that one little ritual misstep. No, there's a pattern here. There's almost always a pattern of people flouting the rules. Doing it their own way. I read an article this week on talking about Uzzah, and it was all about, how the Judite, how touched the ark, and that's why he got zapped. It's because he touched the holy thing. Okay? Well, yeah, okay. The exegete did get the idea, get right that, he's a Judite and he shouldn't be touching it. Okay, that's, he's not a Kohathite. Okay? But totally missed the fact that the ark was placed on an ox cart. Okay? You missed the other offense. You missed the second offense. Yeah. Yeah, and my producer says it all starts from a heart problem of doing it your own way instead of the way God tells you to do it. So, oh boy. Yeah, but it's amazing how many exegetes miss the double offense thing. It's just, they want to. It's almost like they want to paint God to be some bully here, and God is. This is a measure of grace. Let's be very, very, very blunt about this. The double offense thing is grace. He's not going to get you for the first thing. Okay, he's not a bully. He's not a moral monster. He's not coming down on you just because you you step on something out of place, okay? But if you have a pattern of flouting the rules, yeah, okay, that's a bigger issue than just slipping up on one thing. BC says they do want to paint God that way. Let's be honest. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they often do. Yeah. So. Oh yeah, if God got us on the first offense, there'd be none of us left. None of us would survive that sort of judgment. But you know what? Our criminal system does the same thing. That's why when you get pulled over for speeding, it's usually speeding in a legal lane change. Because even modern day police know that, you know, a judge might let you go for one offense, he won't let you go for two. Darkblade goes, I'll probably look for double offenses when I eventually reread Jephthah and Samson, and you'll find them. You'll find them. Yeah, you'll find double offenses in those two characters for sure. Yeah, Jonathan Walker says, criticize God for the flood, but ignore that they were violent and corrupt, and he waited 120 years to flood the earth. Yeah, exactly. Well, here's one I think is kind of crazy about even that, is prior to the flood is kind of a reset switch. And I think this is one of the really interesting things about how the earth worked prior to the flood, is when God cast man out of the garden, man needed to be reconsecrated. Okay? Because man was not reconsecrated, every sin man did poisoned the earth. Basically, as the man sinned, the more infertile soil became, the more the earth fought to give crops. Okay? So here's the issue with this. If God hadn't done the flood, man would have destroyed himself, because he would have continued to sin to the point where the earth could not produce food anymore. It would have gotten to such a point that man would have been starved out. Man would have destroyed himself first. So the flood was necessary as that reset button on the earth to basically reset the rules, consecrate man, and then man could then sin upon the earth without destroying himself immediately in the process. So, yeah, even that flood was a mercy. It was grace. Without it, mankind would have done it, would be over. So yeah, it's that whole but the sin of man prior to the flood was tied to the fertility of the earth. Okay, go on to the next one here. So that covers the polls and the double offenses there. Next one here is from AT Ministries for $4.99. Leviticus 27:27. Why redeem an unclean animal? They were able to breed and pasture them? Ooh, interesting question. Okay. We'll read the passage, and then we'll talk about this. 27, Leviticus 27. 27. But if it's among the unclean animals, Then he shall redeem it according to your valuation, and add to it 1/5 of it, and if it is not redeemed, then it should be sold according to your valuation. Okay. The question here is, could the Israelites raise, breed, and pasture unclean animals? And the answer to this question is yes. They did it all the time. Okay? Now, let's define what we mean by unclean animal. Okay? An unclean animal is an animal that is forbidden to be eaten. But that does not exclude the use of animals for labor. The Israelites used unclean animals for labor all the time. Horses, donkeys, camels, all unclean to eat, but perfectly acceptable for use as farm labor. Yeah. So, they were able to breed, pasture, and redeem unclean animals, as long as they didn't eat them. Now, with that said, the Israelites did also eat, on occasion, pig. Okay. Some of them did raise pig, like the Benjaminites. They did eat pig. Okay? So, in fact, there's even some archaeological remains of pig feasts in Jerusalem. Okay? So they did eat pig on occasion. They weren't supposed to, but they did do it. In BC, nobody can resist bacon. Yeah, I can't resist bacon. I live on bacon, so... Barbecue pork is quite alluring. Yes, it is. Definitely. Okay. But every Israelite farmer within a certain radius would have... I mean, there would be farmers within a certain radius of any Israelite town that would have a donkey at least. Okay? And donkeys were unclean. They were considered unclean to eat. So were horses, and so were camels. So yeah, they did raise unclean animals for farm work. So yeah, they were allowed to raise and breed unclean animals. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is also from AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. And he says, Leviticus 27:28-29. What's a man set apart for destruction? Ooh. Okay. Verse 28. Now, this is previously in verses 27 and previously, it tells you what animals you could redeem. 28 tells you what you cannot redeem. So these are redemption laws here. Nevertheless, anything which a man sets apart, this verse 28, to the Lord, this harem, out of all he has of man or animal or the fields of his own property, shall not be sold or redeemed. Anything devoted to destruction is most holy to the Lord. No one who may have been set apart among the men shall be ransomed. He shall be surely put to death. Thus all the tithe of the land, of seeds of land, of the tree, is to be holy to the Lord. Okay. Now, this is harem. Okay. Now, this gets into a little topic called interclan vendetta. Now, we've talked about this on some occasions, where sometimes clans fight. And they fight viciously. Okay? Like, really viciously. Interclan warfare, interclan disputes are nasty. It's a no holds barred, blood for blood kind of a vendetta. Okay? And sometimes what will happen is one clan will pronounce a harem on the other, and vice versa. Sometimes you had two clans promising harem in the name of the Lord upon each other. Ultimately, one will win. One will win. And in the event that one wins, there'll be prisoners, there'll be captive animals, there'll be all sorts of foodstuffs, and none of that stuff can be redeemed. Okay. Basically, these are clan disputes that are so vicious that property doesn't matter. Just winning matters. Okay. So what would happen is one clan would win. They would get the stuff, the prisoners, the cattle, the livestock, the wheat, and then they burn it. They kill anything that lives and burn it. And it's the punishment for losing the vendetta. And that is then consecrated as unto the Lord. And this is just part and parcel to interclan warfare. Scott Warthen. Clan warfare as personal, intimate bloodshed that goes on multi-generationally. The Scotch would agree. Oh yeah, was it the McCoys and what's the other one? The Hatfields and McCoys. Well, a vendetta, a feud that went on 4 generations. 100 years. 100 years of feuding between the Hatfields and McCoys, and nobody even knew how it started. Oh yeah. Jonathan Walker says, like the Amalekites in the wilderness and those that harmed Dinah. Yeah, the Hivites. Yeah. Jacob's daughter. Yeah. Oh yeah. That's the one the Dinah's daughter. That's a textbook example of clan vendetta. Yeah, that's a textbook example of clan vendetta right there. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it wasn't in America, Darkblade. I didn't say it wasn't, but yeah, but that's an example of a vendetta, clan vendetta that went on 100 years. So, Oreo, 100 years they were committed. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They were shooting each other 4 generations after, until the sort of the clan chiefs, the granddads, their great granddads were long dead, but the granddads finally buried the hatchet, and nobody knew what the hatchet was, why they were killing each other. They just got to killing each other. No. Jonathan Walker says the father of the man wanted peace, but Dinah's brothers didn't. No, that's not what they wanted. You're going to need to read that more carefully, because what the father of the man wanted was to bring in Jacob's tribe, kill all the men, steal the stuff. Yeah. This was the father of the man did not want peace. Okay, he saw an opportunity to expand his lot. Okay, and unfortunately, Jacob was too foolish to understand the intricacies of interclan warfare there. Dean's brothers were actually correct as to what was going to happen. And they responded appropriately with the vendetta. Because what happened was the father of the man saw this as weakness. He saw this as weakness in Jacob's tribe, and was going to leverage that. He was going to leverage that to kill all the men and steal the stuff. So no, he didn't want peace. No, he did not want peace. No, he saw weakness and he was going to leverage it. And this is, again, this is the problem. This is why, for example, the R word often was met with one clan wiping out the other in an interclan warfare.
They took it
yeah,
very
yeah, they took this very seriously, and if a clan was seen, one clan could get away with the R word upon another clan, that made the clan that had been victimized, it was shown as a sign of weakness, and other clans would start predating upon them. So, no, this was not about peace. Unfortunately. No, this is, again, another one of those bloody signs of... Yeah.
Did not.
Ryan, like the Benjaminites at the end of Judges, yeah, similar to the Benjaminites at the end of Judges. That's another example of interclan warfare. Okay, but in this case, it's intertribal warfare. So it's and tribal warfare was kind of clan warfare on a larger scale. So yeah, the Benjaminites is a very similar situation of that sort of intertribal warfare. Jonathan Walker, so pretend to offer Jacob and them to live the land, but will actually do worse if they agreed. Oh yeah, they had planned to do much worse. Yeah, if you read it carefully, you'll see them how they're planning it. Yeah, let's call up that passage. Let's go through that one because I think it's worth it. We'll have to tiptoe around the unsavory words. Okay. Now, Dinah, this is Genesis 34. Now, Dinah, the daughter of Leah, whom she had borne to Jacob, went out to visit the daughters of the land. And when Shechem, son of Hamor, the Hivite, the prince of the land, saw her, he took her and lay with her by force. Okay? And you guys can all picture what that is. And he was deeply attracted to Dinah, the daughter of Jacob, and he loved the girl and spoke tenderly to her. Treated her like garbage, but spoke tenderly. So Shechem spoke to his father Hamor, saying, "Get me this young girl for a wife." Now Jacob heard that he had defiled Dinah, his daughter, but his sons were with his livestock in the field. So Jacob kept silent until they came in. Then Hamor, the father of Shechem, went out to Jacob to speak with them. Now the sons of Jacob came in from the field when they heard it, and the men were grieved, and they were very angry because he had done a disgraceful thing in the land of Israel by lying with Jacob's daughter, for such a thing ought not to be done. Everyone knew it was wrong. But Hamor spoke to them, saying, "The soul of my son Shechem longs for your daughter. Please give her to him in marriage, and intermarry with us. Give your daughters to us, and take our daughters for yourselves. Thus you shall live with us, and the land shall be open before you. Live and trade in it, and acquire property in it." Okay. Shechem also said to her father and to her brothers, "If I find favor in your sight, then I will give you whatever you ask of me. Ask of me so much bridal payment and gift, and I will give according to as you say to me, but give me the girl in marriage." But Jacob's sons answered Shechem and his father Hamor with deceit and spoke to them because he had defiled Dinah, their sister. And they said to them, "We cannot do this thing to give our sister to one uncircumcised, for that would be disgrace to us. Only on this condition will we consent to you. If you will become like us, like every male, you will be circumcised. Then we will give our daughters to you, and we will take your daughters for ourselves, and we will live, and we will become one people. But if you will not listen to us to be circumcised, then we will take our daughter and go." Now the word seemed reasonable to Hamor and Shechem, Hamor's son. And the young man did not delay to do this thing because he was delighted with Jacob's daughter. Now he was more respected than all the household of his father. So Hamor and his son Shechem came to the gate of their city and spoke to the men of their city, saying, okay, now here's the kicker right here, verse 21. All right. These men are friendly with us. Therefore, let them live in the land and trade with it. And the land is large enough for them. Let us take their daughters in marriage and give their daughters to them. Only on this condition will the men consent to us to live with us, to become one people, that every male among us will be circumcised as they were circumcised. Verse 23, will not their livestock and their property and all their animals be ours? There's the kicker right there. Okay? They're going to take it all. Will not their livestock and their property and all their animals be ours? Ooh, ouch. Ouch. Yeah. Okay, so only let us consent to them and they will live with us. So this is what they had planned, to basically intermarry with the Israelites, and the Hittites were going to take it all. This is not about peace. It's not integration. It's not integration. It's not how integration works. And it's not how clan integration works. Okay? It's murder theft. This is murder theft. Yeah, Scott Warfin got it right. Dirty Hivite double cross. That's exactly what this is. This is, you get them in your midst, you kill them off, and you take the stuff. Yeah. This is not about integration. And they saw weakness in the tribe of Israel. They were planning this double cross. That's exactly what it is. It's a dirty Hivite double cross. Yeah. Yeah. And Jacob was unfortunately taken in with the idea of expanding his property and the influence of his tribe, his clan, rather than clear-eyedly seeing the situation for what it was. Yeah. Darkblade, he says, they will live with us, and we will kill them all. It's implied. Okay? Okay. They will live with you, but since when do they get all the property? Okay? Okay? You know, if they're living peacefully, their stuff is their stuff, our stuff is our stuff. Not, we will get all their property, all their livestock, and all their animals. That's not the way integration works. Yeah, Jonathan Walker says, Jacob was hoping for the best, but it blinded him from reality. That's exactly what happened. Yeah. 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 It's exactly what happened. Is Jacob was hoping for the best. He was hoping that this would not end in bloodshed. Now because frankly, he didn't want to go to war against the Hivites. Okay, but that's what interclan assault of a single woman would require. You know, Jacob knew that the proper response was for vendetta against the Hivites. He knew that. That's the proper clan response, is to basically wipe out the Hivites. Instead, what happened was the Hivites saw weakness in Jacob and planned this double cross because they saw him as weak, because he allowed this to happen, and there was no retribution, no vendetta. You know, there was no respect for Jacob because Jacob was weak in the situation. Yeah. As my producer said, if the Hivites hadn't wiped out Jacob's tribe, all the other clans in the area would have. Yeah. Jonathan Walker, brothers were smarter though. Yeah, they were. Well, they grew up in this. They grew up in this. They knew darn well what was going to happen.
Every person.
Yeah, every person in the ancient Near East knew the rules here. Yeah, this is not an Israelite thing. This is a Levantine thing.
This is how.
Yeah. Yeah. Without that guarantee, that women could go out and do the agricultural work without supervision of men, you get issues where the women would have to stay inside the camp, and the men would have to go out and do this sort of this labor. So when a woman was attacked out beyond the camp by another clan, that threatened the livelihood of the security and, say, the future livelihood of the clan. Yeah. And
also an indication.
Yeah.
Leader of.
Yeah. This is also, the fact is too that every clan knew that if you did this sort of act against a woman, that vendetta and haram would happen. And this was also moderated the other clans too, because if a clan knew that would be the consequences, it also gave the chief the incentive to rein in their sons. And the clan chief of the Hivites here didn't rein in his son. So Jonathan Walker asks, in a situation like this, was this also a concern of adopting from another clan? Oh yeah, you never adopt from another clan. Say one clan killed another clan but raised the kids of that clan. The worry of the kids seeking revenge? Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. There's lots of, say, tales in clan-based society where some warlord spared a kid, wiped out the whole family but spared the kid, and the kid grew up and then took revenge. So yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and this is just how clan warfare worked. Clan societies are like this. Yeah. So I think we've covered that now quite thoroughly. Dosman, 80s, classic 80s revenge movies, yeah. To some extent, yes. Okay, let's go to the next super chat here. Tim Miara asks a member question here. Numbers 43 to 40 to 43 counts firstborn, but did that number include the mixed multitude, or should we assume mixed multitude was not yet assimilated? We're not sure, but we'll pull it up here and we'll basically here, Numbers 3, verse 40. I'll read the text anyway. The Lord said to Moses, number every firstborn male of the sons of Israel from a month old and upward, and make a list of their names. And you shall take the Levites for me, and I am the Lord, instead of all the firstborn among the sons of Israel, and the cattle of Levites, instead of all the firstborn among the cattle of the sons of Israel. So Moses numbered all the firstborn among the sons of Israel, just as the Lord had commanded. And the firstborn males by the numbers of the names from the month old upward, for their numbered men were 22,273. Okay. We're not exactly sure if the mixed multitude had been assimilated yet or not. We don't know exactly how that process took place. And we don't know if this counts the mixed multitude or not. So, we do know that after the Exodus itself, the mixed multitude are no longer seen as a separate entity. We know they don't disappear, that they become integrated. And we'll continue on here with your questions, because we're going to get to your non-super chat below, because that actually is probably the more driving question. So you have a £2 super chat here. Thank you for that. How large was the mixed multitude in Exodus 12:38? Okay. Exodus 12:38. And a mixed multitude also went with them, along with flocks and herds and a very large number of livestock. We don't know exactly how many. And we actually don't even know exactly how many Israelites went. Much of, especially if you take, there's like, even the census is not a number of persons necessarily. It's more likely to be a clan count. So we don't have exact figures for even the Israelites. Because we don't have exact figures for the Israelites, we certainly don't have exact figures for the mixed multitude. But this is an area of, also of ongoing research as well. So we're not exactly sure. Okay. But you ask a follow-up question I think is actually more interesting. How did foreigners get assimilated into the different tribes of Israel? Were they given an honorary tribal or clan affiliation, like Samuel becoming an honorary Levite, or were they separate? Well, they were integrated. Okay. Now, there's two ways they would become integrated. Each tribe was divided into a camp. Okay. So for say the tribe of Judah had its own camp. The tribe of Levite had its own camp. And so you had 12 camps, one for each tribe. And the foreigners were distributed between the 12 camps. Okay. So they lived within the 12 camps, and they were added to the sort of the, how to say this, so they moved along, the foreigners moved along with a particular camp. They were assigned a particular camp, and that became their sort of de facto tribal affiliation. Now, a few of them who had already established families would have their own clan affiliations. Okay. But they would become like, say, and I use the term here, honorary Levite. So yeah, some of them would become honorary Levites. Some of them would become honorary Judahites. But there's also integration ultimately through marriage. Okay. And that's really where the most of the integration is going to take place, is over that 40 years, where you start having clans intermarry and start forming new clans from that. So that's how essentially most of them are going to integrate. They're not going to remain separate. Okay. Because one of the things that we're going to see with, say, the conquest is the land is going to be divided up between the tribes. And it doesn't do you any good to have a population within, say, it's not going to do you any good to have, as an Israelite conquest, to have groups that have no connection to the land. Okay. So they can't be separate. They can't be separate. They're going to need land. To survive, they're going to need land. So they have to be worked into the tribal system somehow. And that's probably, again, through assignment to a camp, and then ultimately through intermarriage. Okay, so I hope that helped. That's a great follow-up question. Thank you very much for the super chats and the follow-up question. Really appreciate it. Okay, Messianic Talmud for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. What's the major difference between theophanies and the manifestation of the Egyptian gods? The manifestations of the Egyptian gods never showed up in person. This is one of the interesting things is when you see, say, manifestations of Egyptian gods, they never just sort of pop up in person. They're sort of, well, we had this feeling that the god was there. So you didn't get that you didn't get that YouTube here is am I still on YouTube? Do check my video because I got a conk out here. Okay. It's still live. Wow. Okay, my controls have gone haywire here. Okay, well, it's like my dashboard just conked out on me. That's not. No. It's YouTube. What's sabotaging the screen? Well, it's back now. Dang. YouTube hiccup. Wow. Nice. Nice. Lovely. Fantastic. Fantastic. Okay. Okay, so like Egyptian manifestations. Okay. Egyptian gods, like when, for example, when the Egyptians would talk about, say, the manifestations of Egyptian gods, it would be more along the line of that the result would determine whether or not the god showed up. Okay, so it wasn't like you saw the god just appear and walk around, say, a temple. You know, it's not like the manifestation of a theophany. Like, for example, when Abraham has his theophany, he sees someone who looks kind of humanish. You don't get that with Egyptian gods. What you get with Egyptian gods is, like, for example, Ramses, his manifestation is at the Battle of Kadesh, and he's losing. He's losing. He's surrounded. He's hosed. Okay? The army of Seth comes in, and then suddenly the king fights like Montu, and Amun-Re descends upon him. Okay, Montu didn't really show up, and Amun-Re didn't really show up, but he fights really hard and ultimately wins the battle because his worthless skin is saved by his infantry that lagged like 6 hours behind. Okay. Jonathan Walker says, it's not like God visiting and eating with Abraham during this destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. No, it's not like that at all. Or Jacob wrestling the angel of the Lord. Nope, not like that in the slightest. Okay? Egyptian manifestations are more like, oh, I got this victory. Therefore, Amun-Re showed up. Okay, that's basically what it is. Okay? So, basically, if you win, the god showed up. If you lose, he didn't. So that's kind of how it worked. So it's a real qualitative difference between, say, theophanies and the manifestations of the Egyptian gods. They're not the same in the slightest. So I hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I want to thank Jack Ray, who gifted the channel 20 Ancient Egypt in the Bible memberships. Thank you for your support of this channel. We really appreciate it, and it really helps continue doing this. Okay, Scott Worthen for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Is Exodus 1:16 birthstool birthing bricks lent out by the Egyptian midwives 2 or 4 the expectant Hebrew mothers standard Hathor Hesat mud bricks? Did I think you mean Egyptian midwives Exodus use them? I think you mean. Okay. And let's talk about birthing bricks. Because they're cool. They are so cool. Exodus 1:16. Okay. And this is the king speaking, and he said, when you are helping the Hebrew women give birth and you see them upon the birth stool, and I hate that translation. That translation of birth stool sucks. That's a terrible translation. Okay. It literally says the 2 stones. That's what it literally says. The 2 stones. When you see them upon the stones, if it is a son, you shall put him to death. If it is a daughter, then she shall live. Okay. No, not birth stool. This is Egypt. Egypt didn't have birth stools. This is okay. So, Jonathan Walker, I think he meant whether he took the bricks with him on the way out of Egypt on the last question. They could have been. They could have taken him with. You know, they were midwives. This was their profession. Okay, this is the tools of the trade. And yeah, they're expensive too, yeah. Now we do have examples of birthing bricks from Egypt. The birthing bricks were they were essentially they were the size of a teletot brick. Okay, so they were fairly wide. They were fairly wide and about, I'd say about 16 inches long, if I remember the size of a teletat correctly. And the woman would stand on 1 foot on each brick, giving her a little bit of extra height. One midwife would clap the clappers to keep time breathing, and the other midwife caught the baby. She had one job: catch the baby. Okay? All right. Now, what you do from the birthing bricks that we do have, there's a variety of symbols on them. Okay. And most commonly, what you find was Bess. You'd find Bess a lot on birthing bricks. You'd occasionally find Hathor, but more often you would find Bess and Tuweret. Those are the 2 gods you most commonly find on birthing bricks. Okay, now Bess is that kind of nasty dwarf god that somehow got associated with childbirth. I don't know why. But Tuweret was the hippo goddess. She was seen with a big belly, so always thought to be pregnant. Okay, so those were the 2 principal deities that you find connected with birthing bricks: Bess and Tuweret. Okay. Now, Egyptian midwives use these all the time. This is common Egyptian stuff, and the Hebrew midwives used them too. Okay. In the case of, say, this is not something you needed in your home constantly, so at least you hope not. Um, so this was standard equipment for midwives. Midwives would carry these with them. So if you were a royalty, you had the real luxury ones. Okay, the nice ones for, say, royal births would have be beautifully painted with faience on the outside. So they were very, very beautiful works of art. Okay, so it wasn't that common. It was more common for these to be tools of the midwives. But so it was more common, especially among poor families. Poor families would not have a set of these on their own. Okay, and they wouldn't have the clappers either. These, as I say, these bricks were expensive because they were decorated with magical incantations. They wouldn't have the clappers either because clappers were made of ivory. And that too was expensive. Your typical poor person had basically a bowl and a spoon and a mat. And that's the sum of their property. Okay? So they didn't have extra stuff lying around their home they didn't need. So these were the tools of the midwives, and that was the tools of their profession. Just like doctors had tools of their profession, metalsmiths have tools of their profession, and midwives had tools of their profession. So this was something that they would have, the midwives would have had. But if you were royalty, you had your own. So it all depended on your socioeconomic status. Okay, so I hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I did see some follow-ups here. Darkblade, how long would such an edict have been in effect for? Probably no more than 4 years. Okay. Those edicts only last as long as the king. So once the king died, the edict ended. And it's most likely that edict started with King I. So, and he only reigned for 4 years. So no more than 4 years. There was also another one here. Scott Worth, the Hesat Hathor birthing bricks were the same Egyptian camp followers associated with the Golden Calf incident. I don't think so. Hesat is not connected with regular childbirth. And Hathor less so, or not as much. Hesat's only associated with the death and apotheosis of the king, okay, or of a deity. So the two are not necessarily connected to birthing bricks as such. At least I've never seen a birthing brick with Hesat on it. That doesn't mean there isn't one out there, but I haven't seen one. So, I hope that helps. Okay. Next super chat here. We got a super sticker from Osco Philo for $2. Romania, I think. Thank you very much for that sticker. We really, really appreciate your support of the channel. Thank you so much. Darkblade, you graduated from midwife school. Here's your rocks and your clappers. Darkblade. So Pharaoh gets to drink beer on a sunboat and is also reborn as a golden cow. Yep. Yep. Oh no. Bast fought the snake. Oh no, they could the pharaohs could work on the boat as scribes. They got to work on the boat as scribes. No, they didn't fight Apophis. So, hi, Mama. How are you doing? Okay. Yeah, Pharaoh had it pretty good. I mean, I've been on a Nile cruise. You know, it's nice. You know, especially at night. Especially at night, it's really nice. All right, Messianic Talmud for $10. Thank you for the super chat. What are your thoughts on the Nun and Naunet being similar to the Greek chaos cosm that predates the gods? Um, Not much. To be honest. Just need to check something here. Yeah, this is one of those water deity things. Um, yeah, this is a primordial god. This is a primordial god. Um, Nun Nauet. Uh, this is a Nun and Nauet, or New, and Nunet. Okay, it's not quite like the Greek chaos that predates the gods. Um, and this is part of the ominous theology. Okay, so the theology of Hermopolis, okay, where Amun originally came from. Okay, now primordial gods are really interesting, and Nun and Naunet are primordial deities. Okay, they're not exactly chaos deities. Okay? They're not chaos deities. They're sort of side effects of creation, or in this case, the pre-existent primordial waters. Okay? Now, the way this works in Egyptian mythology, the whole primordial water thing works, is you have in Egyptian mythology water. That's it, water. You might have air too, but not really air. You have water. You just have water. But water doesn't stand alone. There were these gods that inhabited the water that were never created, but they're there because of the water. Okay? Too many Marys. I thought you said ominous, not ominous. Actually, I said I should probably spell that out. Aminist. There. Sorry. Sorry for the confusion. Okay. So you got this water. And as a side effect of the water, there's these deities that inhabit the water. They're called the primordial gods. Okay? And actually, I talk a lot about these in my novels. Okay? You'll probably find more information about these in my novels than you will actually looking them up online. Okay? Because I talk about primordial deities a lot in my novels. Okay? They're sort of one of the big plot threads of my novels. So these are basically gods that are there to sort of support the creation, and they're a side effect of the creation of the water. Okay? But they're not chaos deities. Okay? They're sort of the placeholders when the chaos deities are vanquished. So that's what they're. So Nun and Naunet are not similar to, say, the chaos, the chasm that you find in Greek society. They're different, and they serve different purposes. basically they're the placeholders that fill in when the chaos monsters are vanquished. Okay, so they're the two are very different. Okay, so I hope that helps. And frankly, New and Nunet are two of the only primordial deities that are actually referenced by name. And it's quite interesting that you find that. Very, very few are ever named. Egyptian mythology believed that there was many of these primordial gods. Many of them. And yet, almost none of them are named. Which is fascinating all by itself. Fascinating. Because Egyptians loved naming their deities. Okay. So I hope that helps, Messianic Talmud. Very much appreciate the question. They're not the same. They serve very different purposes. Okay, let's go to the next one here. Scott Worthen, $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Do Egyptologists have a consensus as to whether Pepi I made amphibious landings on the Levant's sand dwellers? Not really. If so, was it to force better deals for the ongoing rate of commodities? Which ones? The whole idea of Old Kingdom kings doing a lot of, say, campaigns into Levant is a somewhat controversial issue within Egyptology. We do know that there were, like Senefru did. We do know that Senefru did a campaign into the Levant to bring back slave labor. Okay. The other kings of the Old Kingdom, it's less clear. Okay. Now, the problem here is going to be that term sand dwellers. Okay. Sand dwellers, while there are some guys out there, and they're not Egyptologists. Okay, these are not Egyptologists. These are guys like Ron Wyatt. Okay. Who interpret sand dwellers as Levantines. Now you'll see this on, say, the gateway of Sahure, okay, King Sahure, where it shows the sand dwellers coming in and they're emaciated and they're starving and all that. And some of these guys will say, okay, these are guys that were Egyptians or Levantines, that they were. Yeah, I know I keep mispronouncing it. Wrong, Wyatt. Yeah. I still got a piece of video that I need to put up there showing one of Wrong Wyatt's discoveries that I actually visited. So, gotta do that yet. And there's been people who have basically said that these sand dwellers that are shown on Old Kingdom monuments were Levantine. There is no evidence that these are Levantines. None. In fact, what's probably more likely is that these are Libyan tribesmen. Okay? These sand dwellers are probably Libyan tribesmen who are coming off the Sahara, as the Sahara is drying up at the end of the Neolithic wet period. Okay? So, in all likelihood, the sand dwellers are Libyans. They're not Levantines. Okay? Too many Marys. There isn't much sand in the Levant. Yeah, that's true. From what I get, from what I see, Levant is much more muddy. Much more to that I would never, I don't like Levantine archaeology. Too much mud. Okay, too much wet sand. Wet sand. I like dry sand. Dry sand feels like powder. Dry sand's nice. I like it. I would pick up sometimes sand, rub it between my hands, and it makes me feel clean. I like dry. I like desert. Yeah, a lot of clay. A lot of clay in the Levant. Yeah, it's icky stuff. It's icky stuff. Okay. Yeah, yeah. I was never a ceramicist. Dark Blade goes, wait, Sahara was only arid for only a bit over 4,000 years old. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Right up until the end of the Old Kingdom, Sahara was grassland. Was savanna. Yeah. I mean, they had elephants and giraffes and rhinos coming right up to the Nile. Oh yeah. Yeah. Wildebeest, zebras, all that stuff. Lions, lots of lions. All that stuff. All they were coming off of the savannah, off the Sahara, and yeah, up until the end of the Old Kingdom, the Sahara was savannah. But it was because the savannah was drying out, that the hunting grounds were going away. The Libyan tribesmen were having to find new food sources, which is why during the first intermediate period, they started migrating into the Nile Delta. Yeah. Jonathan Walker. There's literally a rock in Sahara depicting people cannonballing into a body of water and swimming. Oh yeah, there was a huge oasis in the middle of the Sahara. Huge, big lake, big old lake. Yeah, yeah. Well, this is one of the reasons why I say the Israelites wandering 40 years in the Sinai isn't that unlikely. That's because in the late Bronze Age, it was still savanna itself. Yeah, the Sahara went first, but the Sinai soon followed. But there was a time when the Sinai was a savanna too. Dossman, I mean, California had a giant lake just dry up in the recent 500 years. They had a giant lake that just dried up in the last 100. Lake Mead. Yeah, yeah, Lake Mead. It was a huge lake in the middle of California. Now that wasn't climate change that did that, but a lot of it was, farming. Yeah. But in the case of the Sahara and the Sinai, it was climate change. Um, and it was climate change caused by the end of the Neolithic wet period. So, but oh yeah, there was a huge. Um, I mean, Sahara used to be all grassland. So, so yeah, those sand dwellers that you see at in the old Kingdom monument sites. Uh, yeah, Lake Tula, sorry. Um, Tulare, whatever it is. Um, yeah, those sand dwellers, they're Libyans. They're Libyans, and they're coming off of the Sahara in search of food. That's exactly what they're doing. So this is no, those are not Levantines. At least the vast majority of them aren't. Okay, next one. Tossman, those darn Libyans. well, they want to eat too. Okay, you can't blame them for wanting to eat. All right, next one here is from Random Apple for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Does the Torah forbid shaving in most cases, aside from the exceptions like a leper undergoing purification? Let's see what you're looking at here with those verses here. So let's go to Leviticus. Leviticus 19. 27. Okay. And it says in verse 27 here, you shall not round off the side growths of your head, nor harm the edges of your beard. Okay. No, it does not forbid shaving. Okay. Now, here's what it's talking about here, and I think Deuteronomy is the same here, but let's just look at it. Deuteronomy 14, verse 1. You are the sons of the Lord your God. You shall not cut yourselves nor shave your forehead for the sake of the dead. All right, now that's a ritual, okay? That's ritual shaving. That's different. There is a difference between ritual shaving and shaving in general, okay? There were some mourning rituals amongst the Levantines where they would shave all their hair off to mourn, okay? Then that's forbidden here, okay? So that's not a prohibition against shaving. That's a prohibition against the ritual of mourning, a particular mourning ritual. Finally, Leviticus 14, and then we'll go back to the 21 or 19 verse. Okay, so 21, verse 5. They shall not make any baldness on their head, nor shave off the edges of the beard, nor make any cuts of their flesh. Okay, again, this is speak to the priests, the sons of Aaron. Okay, so here's what this is what this one's talking about, and then we'll get back to Leviticus 19. This is talking, and actually, why don't we go back to that anyway? But okay, we'll start here with Leviticus 21. They're talking about priests. Okay, Egyptian priests shaved everything off. Okay, if you were a priest in ancient Egypt, you shaved off your hair, your beard, your eyebrows, your armpits, you were an Olympic male swimmer, okay? You shaved off every piece of hair on your body. Okay? So here, this is a prohibition that the sons of Aaron are not to take after the priests of the land. Particularly the Egyptians. The Egyptians shaved everything off. Okay? So this is not a prohibition against shaving. It's a prohibition against shaving to look like an Egyptian priest. Okay? So, or Levantine priest. Dossman, well, I'm quite a fan of being bald, but not to that extreme. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, the Egyptians shaved everything off. I mean, even down below. Yeah, a lot of it was a lice prevention thing. It was a purity ritual. Okay? Because it was easier to shave than to use a lice comb. Lice combs weren't that effective. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's why they had wings, yeah. Yeah. No, it wasn't just the priests. Yeah, women shaved like that, too. Okay? So, yeah, it was more popular to shave in Egypt than to... I mean, they couldn't... I mean, lice was so rampant back then, it was just... Yeah, it was their scourge. An absolute scourge for them. Okay, so let's go back to here. Leviticus 19:27. Okay, because that's going to be the real kicker here. Okay, 19, verse 27. Because the second two passages refer to priests. And one is a mourning ritual, pagan mourning ritual, don't do that. The other is a pagan priestly ritual, and don't do that. Now, the next one here is, again, this is a reference to pagan rituals again. And we know that because of 27 is connected to verse 28. You shall not round the side growths of your head, nor shall you harm the edges of your beard. You shall not make any cuts on your body for the dead, nor make any tattoo marks on yourself. Okay? So, this is again that idea that you aren't to follow pagan rituals. So now what they're talking about as far as the side growths is, say, the mutton chops, the sideburns. Okay? So they're talking about the sideburns here when they talk about the side growths of your head or the edges of your beard. So it's not talking about the face, the rest of the face. It's talking specifically about the sideburns. Okay? But it's connecting that type of shaving, again, to pagan ritual. You shall not round off the side of your beard, nor harm the edges of your beard. You shall not make any cuts on your body for the dead, nor make any tattoo marks on yourself. I am the Lord. And if you go back to what's before it in verse 26, you shall not eat anything with blood, nor practice divination or soothsaying. So this verse of not cutting the sides of your beards is connected with soothsaying on one hand and cutting yourself for the dead. Okay? So this is sandwiched between that. So this is, again, we have to take these passages in their context. And the context of Leviticus 19:27 is pagan ritual. So the Torah does not forbid shaving. In fact, this is a type of shaving that's used for pagan ritual. It's forbidding the pagan ritual, not the shaving. Okay? So, Random Apple, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. All right, next one here is from JCM for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Is Nazareth derived from the Hebrew word for branch, netzer? Basically connecting it to Matthew 2:23, Isaiah 11:1. Okay. I'd be very careful of that reading anyway, but let me take a little look here at what Nazareth is in the text. And this will take me a second here. So, let's see here. Nazareth. Okay, Nazareth is that's our Nazareth. All right. And I can look that up quickly here. Branch. Kinda Isaiah 11:1, you said? Netzer. There. Okay. It's possible. I will say this. It is possible. I'm having done a quick look at the etymologies of both. Nazareth could be a play on words of the word for branch, netzer. However, these are the sort of things that now, one of the things about this, one of the things we have to keep in mind is that word branch. We got to be really careful about this in a couple respects. First thing we have to be careful of is what's sometimes called the root word fallacy. Okay? Just because something is has the root word doesn't mean it carries that connotation later on. Okay? So I would not make too much of this, even if there is a root word here that is derived from, even if not Nazareth is derived from the Hebrew netzer. Okay? So I think you need to be really cautious about root word fallacies here. The other thing I think is really needs to be sort of cautioned is that netzer doesn't actually mean branch. Okay? It's not a branch. It's what we would call today a sucker or a suckling. Okay? Now, if you know anything about gardening, you know what a sucker is. Okay? A sucker is a side branch that pops up from near the rootstock. Okay? Like when you cut off a stump, sometimes a branch will grow out of the stump at the side. That's what a netzer is. It's a sucker or suckling. It's a side branch that sort of pops up after the tree's been cut down. If you've ever grown roses, okay, you know about these, okay, or fruit trees. Fruit trees is another example, okay, where you have this beautiful fruit tree, and then all of a sudden the side branch will pop up near the base of the roots, and if you don't cut that off, it will sap energy out of the rest of the tree. Okay, so they're generally not seen as good things. Okay, so so the term for netzer here is not a branch. It's more of a sucker as such. Now, whether or not Nazareth is named from that, and let's see if we can. Actually, I'm going to look up. Just do a quick check of Baghdad. Let's see what they say about this, because that might shed some light on this. Just a second here, because I'm going to go into a Greek lexicon and see what they say, because they might have another etymology that might be more interesting. So I'm just going to go into my lexicons here. Commentaries, lexicons. Give me a lexicon. Okay. There we go. Bagda. Okay, just a second here. It's going to take me a moment to pull this up. Okay. Reno. Rhesus. M. Almost there. Too far. All right, Nephile. Okay. Let's see if I can find this quickly. Else. Okay. Nazarius. Let's see what Baghdad says. Nazareth. Okay. Just says home to Jesus. Nazarenos. Nazareus, coming from Nazareth. Nazarene. Yeah, this is not helpful. Thank you, Bagda. Thank you, Bagda, for not being helpful. Okay, there is some Aramaic background to that word, but I have to look up black and Albright for that. But no, it does not give me a etymology. Well, that stinketh. No etymology. All right, so given that Baghdad does not give us an etymology, when it does in other times, I am going to have to claim here that we're not sure if it's related to branch or not. Okay, because usually if there's a clear etymology, these lexicons will tell you. Okay, and that's one way you can always find out too. If there's a clear etymology, it you can usually find out in a lexicon. But if they're not telling you, they're not sure. They're not sure. So, yeah, I would say that this is probably an unknown, possible, but is it likely? That's the big question here. Darkblade, Wiktionary gives two theoretical etymologies, but says it ultimately it's unknown. Yeah, I think it's unknown. I think it would be unknown too. Too Many Marys says I'm pretty sure the etymology of Nazareth is unknown, but it fits with the Bible's pun patterns. Yeah, it does. But at the same time too, Nazareth is we have to recognize too that it's a post-exilic town. It's a post-exilic town. So because it's a post-exilic town, all sorts of different etymologies could be floating around here. So, Nazareth was started because of essentially exiles from Babylon returning. Judahites. These were Judahite exiles that were returning from Babylon. So, yeah, Nazarene. JCM Nazarene. It could even be from Nazarete. That's a possibility too, that it might not be Natsir, but Nazarete, as in one who has dedicated themselves. Because here's the thing, one of the things that Nazareth was known for was being a highly conservative Israelite town. Very conservative, very parochial. Okay? Nazareth was kind of the Bible Belt of its day. Okay? So, Jonathan Walker, and they were looked down from. Yes, they were. They were looked down on because they were seen as parochial, zealous, deeply religious, deeply conservative, whereas Jerusalem was seen as more educated, more erudite, more cultured, more worldly. Okay? So, it could be that Nazareth is a pun or a play on words on Nazarete. So, yeah. So it was, in fact, thinking about it, it's probably more likely to be related to Nazarete than it is to be related to Netzer. Okay? So, but ultimately it is unknown. We don't know for sure. Okay? So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. Next one here is from Bolognius Monk for $15. Thank you very much for that super chat. Hallelujah, Christ is risen. He is risen indeed. Thank you so much for your super chat and your support of the channel. We really appreciate it. Ryan Cohenkamp says, what is Jarritos? Oh, no! 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 It's a Mexican soda. Okay, it's Mexican soda. Good. And it's good stuff. Jack Ray for $2. Is a hot dog a sandwich or a sausage roll? Ooh. Ooh. It's not a sandwich. It's got to be a sausage roll. Okay. A sandwich has to have 2 pieces of bread. Unless it's an open-faced sandwich, but that's not a real sandwich. Okay. Real sandwiches have 2 pieces of bread with stuff in between. Yummy stuff. It's a sausage roll. Huh?
You break.
Well, if you break your hot dog roll, then it becomes a sandwich. Yeah, I suppose. But most hot dog rolls aren't. It's not supposed to be that way. But what happens if you do a hot dog in a tortilla? Is a hot dog in a tortilla a sandwich? Or is it a sausage roll? Or is it something else? Is it a burrito at that point? I mean, I used to eat my hot dogs that way. I used to take 2 hot dogs, put them in a tortilla, some salsa, some sour cream, a little bit of chopped jalapeno, and crushed tortilla chips, and then fold it all together. And it was yummy. It was really yummy. It's a very strange burrito, but Jack Ray, I eat hot dogs and tortillas. Yes, but is it a sandwich or a sausage roll? Herr Tepek, that's heresy. Mama, foodie portion. BC, oh yeah, now we're talking. Oh, and it gets even wilder if you use salsa that is, say, sweet, like mango salsa. So, you can get some crazy, you get some crazy combinations if you start going down that road into, say, more hot dogs in burritos. So, Darkblade, he does worse heresy, especially involving fries. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So good with fries. Poutine. Poutine is a wonderful thing. Especially poutine with what's it called now? Butter chicken. Oh, that was good. Poutine with butter chicken. Butter chicken on top of fries. Oh, yummo. Yummo. Beautiful things. Beautiful things. Canadian pride. Absolutely. Poutine, I love poutine. Gravy, cheese curds. Oh, on French fries, so yummo. So yummo. Okay, so is a hot dog a sandwich or a sausage roll? We'll never know. Darkblade, I declared David Falk excommunicated from his own nerd church. Oh, never. Well, we had pineapple pizza for dinner. Yep, we had pineapple pizza for dinner. And we loved it. That's Canadian too. Pineapple pizza is Canadian. Alrighty. That was fun. I love the foodie portion. Okay, next. Jack Ray. Ooh, $2. Oh, thank you for the super chat. Is chili properly made with or without beans? Oh, oh, hot button topic. Without. It's not chili if you have beans. It's something else. Yeah. No. Chili has to chili has to have two ingredients. It has to have meat and it has to have spices. Chili peppers particularly. Okay. After that, proper chili is made without fillers. Filler will get you disqualified from a chili cook-off. And those guys are serious. Oh, those are those people are serious about their chili. Oh yeah. Yeah, no fillers. No fillers. So that means no beans, no lentils, no pasta. Yeah, Cincinnati chili's not chili. BC, always ground beef, or can it be chunkier? Oh, it can be chunkier. Oh yeah. In fact, one of my favorite chilies to make is a pork a pork chili verde. Okay, and it uses chunks of pork. It's really good, really good. We've made a chili out of lobster. No, that was interesting, really interesting, because it was a sweet dessert chili. Still technically a chili. It had chili peppers, it had fruit in it, and it had lobster. No beans, no filler. So, yes, you can do it. You can do it with other meats. A lot of other meats. Any meat's on the table for chili. Because it doesn't matter what meat it is, as long as it's meat. Okay? Tofu chili's not chili. It's not chili. Because tofu's technically a bean. It's a filler. It's a filler.
That doesn't mean.
Well, if you enjoy that sort of thing, yeah, sure, knock your socks off. But it's not a proper chili. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you'll never win a chili contest with a chili cook-off with tofu. Because it's a bean filler. Okay. Please don't tell me you drench your fries in chili. Cheese and gravy are worse enough. No, I do not drench my fries in chili, but I will put chili on my hot dog. I will do chili dogs. Oh, you mean der Wiener Schnitzel? Yeah. Wiener Schnitzel. The best, worst hot dog chain around. Jack Ray, chili cheese fries are great. Yeah, yeah, they are. I just don't normally do them. I mean, I usually put my chili on my hot dogs. Mama, new lore question. Is Dr. Falk secretly a space hedgehog? I don't get the reference. Darkblade, that's fine. Chili dogs aren't sacrilege. Blue Dog, carne asada fries. Yum. Oh, I agree there. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Okay, carne asada fries are good. Carnitas fries are also good. Oh, okay. Mama says Sonic the Hedgehog eats chili dogs. It's his thing. Okay, I've never played Sonic the Hedgehog, so I didn't know. Sorry. But yeah, I like chili dogs. Chili dogs taste good. Uh, all right. DBC, come on, guys. Talking about food so much, you're making me hungry. All right. Mama says the movies are really funny. Total surprise. All right, I'll have to look them up. Okay, so as far as I care, chili should not be made with beans. No beans, no filler, no pasta, no lentils, none of that stuff. Okay, thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. That was fun. Jonathan Walker for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on a comment of the documentary hypothesis? The idea that a redactor is the solution for the problems of the documentary hypothesis when it comes to the Pentateuch is what I call the redactor of the gaps fallacy. Ooh, yeah, it is. Unfortunately, people who resort to... Here's the problem with I've found with the documentary hypothesis. It always jettisons virtuosity of the author in favor of a redactor. Okay, they sort of it's supposed to be taught in such a way that you're supposed to do redaction when you can't figure anything else out. Okay, it never works out that way. It's almost always redaction first. It's the lazy man's explanation. You can solve anything with redaction. It's a tautological theory, interpretive device that is just, again, it's when you can't figure anything else out that expositors start using redaction. And it just seems to be lazy thinking. It's lazy thinking. Oh, no. It's just, let's study literature as literature? What? Huh? Learn things such as amphibole and repetition for effect and the art of biblical poetry. Oh, that's too hard. Let's just use a redactor. Hey, George, how's it going? George Sparks, what has less calories than a chili dog? Half a chili dog. Blow. Still, chili dogs are good. Okay, but yeah, Jonathan, I totally agree with you. It's just lazy thinking. It's lazy thinking, and if you had, done the... I mean, I've never in any of my writing had to resort to redaction as an explanation for anything. Never had to do that. Mama says it reminds me of how actor Derek Jacobi claims that Shakespeare couldn't have written all the stuff that he did because he was just a regular guy, and clearly it needed to be someone of nobility. Jacobi could be really pompous. Really pompous. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me coming from Jacobi. Honestly. Yeah, he could be really pompous at times. So, that doesn't surprise me coming from him. Okay. So, let's move on here to the next one. BC for $2 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. Genesis 3:22. Who is the we mentioned here? Let's take a looky. Genesis 3:22. Okay. All right. Then the Lord God said, Behold, the man has become like one of us, knowing good and evil. And now lest he stretch out his hand and take also from the tree of life and eat and live forever. Okay. Like one of us. Okay. Take a look at the Hebrew here just to make sure we're on the right track. Okay. All right. Yeah. So it is using the first person common plural suffix. All right. So all right. So you got some options here. Okay. Who's the we mentioned here? The us. Okay. You, as I say, you got options here. This could be a monarchical monotheism, the father addressing his court, the council of gods. That's a possibility here. Okay. It would be another possibility is it could be the members of the Trinity. That's also a possibility here. It could be a use of the royal we. Okay. So basically us in general, the great us. So you've got options here of who is the us. Now, I do have a preference here. I tend to sort of lean. I mean, when we talk about the Trinity, it could either be, say, the Trinity or the two powers. Either one's fine here. So either one of those, there's two sub options, even in sort of the Trinitarian explanation here. So behold, man has become like one of us, knowing good and evil. Now, lest he stretch out his hand, take also from the tree of life and eat forever and live forever. Okay, so the we here is a reference to at least people that are not humans. So that's about as far as you can tell for sure. But you've got options here as to how you interpret this. Okay. So again, your options are, say, divine council, the monarchical monotheist addressing the royal we, or the Trinity. Any one of those options would be completely acceptable here. Okay, but I tended to lean more towards a Trinitarian view here. So, Jonathan Walker asks, would the comparison between God and man be intellectually from knowing of knowing God, since God can't personally know evil? No, it's not quite like that. Okay. Behold, God has become like us in that he knows good and evil, and now, lest he stretch out his hand, take uh from the tree of life and eat and live forever. Okay. So here's what's going on here. We've gone beyond, say, conditional mortality to potential immortality. Okay. So there's more going on than just that knowing. Now, there's that term knowing. Okay. God doesn't personally experience evil. Okay. And there is a sense in which God knows of evil. Okay. So it's sort of being used in an amphibulous way here. Okay. This whole idea of knowing good and evil is a kind of amphibole. Okay. It's used in the one sense that God knows about evil, all about evil. I mean, there's probably already been an angelic fall already. So because there has been already an angelic fall already, some of those in his court might have that sort of personal, intimate knowledge of evil. Okay. At the same time, too, God himself knows about evil, but doesn't know it intimately. So there is that sort of sense in which it's being used two ways at the same time. And it's what we call amphibole. That's a literary device. Okay? But now, man has the greater potential. Now that he knows good and evil, he can stretch out his hand, eat from the tree of life, and live forever. And that's probably the bigger sense here of what the danger is. Okay? So it's not, the text here is not going to limit to a specific definition of the word to know, which is yada, but it's going to leave that ambiguity open for an amphibolous reading. Okay. BC says, but if it refers to the Trinity, that implies no other spirits had the discernment between right and wrong. Not necessarily. Even if it's a Trinity, it does not imply that at all. It just that would be an unspoken thing. So basically, you can't imply that no other spirit critters had discernment between right and wrong, if this is the Trinity speaking. Okay. It just sort of leaves that question open. Okay, so it doesn't follow that just because it's talking about the Trinity that no other spirit critters had that discernment. So we don't want to eisegete the text or speak from an absence of evidence, and that's what would be happening here if we made that conclusion. Okay. Okay. I think we covered that. BC for $2. Australian, thank you for the super chat. You're a Japanese craftsman. What are you making? Swords. That's a no-brainer. I would be making swords. And why would I be making swords? Because I used to love making knives. Before I became a jeweler, I was a knife smith. And I used to love forging. Oh my gosh. Forging was so much fun. You know, the hot metal, an anvil, a hammer. Oh yeah. Yeah, I was like a pig in mud. Pig in mud. You know, just oh yeah, I love absolutely making knives. So if I was a Japanese craftsman, that's what I would be making. Certainly wouldn't be doing ceramics. You know, it's just, that's not me. And ink drawing, not my thing, really. But swords? Oh, yeah. I could also see myself doing Suba. Suba or fittings. You know, that's also really precision, fine work, and I really excel at that, too. Mama, of course. Oh, wait, I already knew this. Oh, boy. Okay. Okay, so, thank you very much for that super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is from Jonathan Walker for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Do you think it's odd that the authors of Genesis had detailed geographical knowledge of the Garden of Eden, Persian Gulf as a opposed to the flood landing on the mountains of Erat and Aratu. No, not really. These were stories that were passed down through generations. So a lot of that, they have done studies on oral traditions, and they have noticed that oral traditions tend to preserve a lot of geographical knowledge. What they don't tend to preserve is nouns well. Okay? So, say, structural things within an oral narrative tend to be preserved. So if you got two towns, it will preserve that there are two towns in oral narrative. But what will mess up is the exact names of those towns. Okay? So the names of the towns will go over through things such as consonantal shift or changes in spelling based upon changes to the underlying language. But the narrative will preserve the relationship between the two towns. Okay? So, and this is one of those things that's really sort of interesting about oral traditions, is certain things it preserves really, really well. Oral traditions, as I say, preserves relationship information exceptionally well. And that's because it's part of the story. The relationship between objects and people and that sort of thing is, one of the things oral tradition does incredibly good. It doesn't preserve nouns or names very well, because these are things that sort of change when the language changes. The pronunciations will change. So, oh jeez. BC says, Mama, we should write a lore-accurate manga where Sensei Falk is a master blacksmith in feudal Japan, and he fights shadow people with his trusty rabbit companion. Oh dear. Usagi Murney. Oh boy. Oh boy. Darkblade. Would the Book of Judith mentioning messengers being sent to Ramses be an example of oral tradition gone wrong? Yes, it would. It very much would be. It'd be terrible. Just, yeah. Yeah, that would be an oral tradition gone wrong. But this is one of the things about oral traditions, too, is it can also mishmash things as well. So, yeah, it preserves some things really fantastic. It messes up other things. So, yeah. There are sometimes oral traditions really mugging things up, too. So, and I'm not exactly sure how oral Judith is anyway, because I've gone through Judith, and I've seen a lot of mistakes in Judith, which makes me think it's not an oral tradition. Judith seems to be a whole lot more of a, what we call a composite work. Okay? Now, what is a composite work as opposed to an oral retelling? Okay. An oral retelling is when you've got a story, and it's basically passed down generation through generation as a complete story. A composite work is not an oral tradition. A composite work is when you start taking pieces out of various other, sometimes oral works, sometimes written works, and you paste it and make a new story out of it. The Kebra Nagast is not an oral tradition. It's a composite work. It's a composite work. It's a 13th century AD, work to keep the kingdom of Aksum afloat. Okay? But it's a composite work. It takes things out of various periods in the past and sort of pastes it all together to form a new narrative. So that's what we mean by a composite work. It's not an oral tradition. It's a new work that's cobbled from various other pieces. Judith strikes me that it's more of a composite work than it is an oral tradition. Okay. So that's what I would sort of categorize Judith is it's taking pieces out of a variety of different works and it's compositing it together to make a new work. Okay. So this is why I think there's a lot of inaccuracies in Judith too, is because it's not being done with a careful historical mindset or even a oral tradition that's meant to be preserved, but it's a composite work. And it has the look and feel of a composite work too. Okay? So, hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Okay. Yeah, might not make him happy, but, you know, you tell him the truth and, like, let the chips fall where it may. Okay. Now we got a really generous super chat here from Ike the Great for $99.99. Thank you so much for that very, very generous super chat. That's really helpful to the channel. It keeps us on the air and it keeps us doing this full time. We really appreciate your support. Thank you so very much for your generosity. And he's going to make me earn it here. Okay. Can you compare, contrast, and discuss 3 verses? Though that's a lot to do. Matthew 22, 37 to 40, Deuteronomy 6:5, and Leviticus 19:18. Jesus quotes Moses. John 14:15, and then 1 John 2:3, noting 1 John was written after Jesus had paid for sin. What commandments would a 1990 AD believer think they should obey? All right. Now we're going to have to break this down into pieces. Okay? So, let's pull up our Bibles. Matthew. Let's start with Matthew here. And we're going to have to sort of keep a lot of this in our brain as we go along here. So Matthew 22, 37 to 40. And he said to them, you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your mind. This is the greatest and foremost commandment. And the second is like it. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. On these 2 commandments depend the whole law and prophets. Okay. So that's the 2 great commandments. Okay. Then we have Deuteronomy 6, verse 5. And that's a repeat here. Jesus is quoting here in Matthew 22, Deuteronomy 6:5 and 18. So yeah, so that's the same there. And you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and all your might. And then Leviticus 19:18. You shall not take vengeance nor bear any grudge against the sons of your people, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord. Okay, so that's that first compare. Okay, so love the Lord your God, love your neighbor as yourself. John 14:15 is the next one. John 14, verse 15. If you love me, you'll keep my commandments. Okay? Okay. Now we should probably go a little further here. Okay? And I will ask the Father, and he will give you another helper, that he may be with you forever. That is the Spirit of truth. Okay? So, he's basically, verse 21, he who has my commandments and keeps them, he it is who loves me, and he who loves me shall be loved by my Father, and I will love him, and he will disclose myself to him. Okay? So again, he's, even in this passage here, he's sort of talking about the law of love. So that's the commandments he's giving, basically the same as in Matthew 22:37-40. He's just sort of repeating that as the commandment. And then 1 John 2, verse 3. Okay? And again, the context here is Jesus Christ here. And I'll start here at verse 1. My little children, I am bearing these written things that you may not sin. And if anyone sins, we have an advocate with the Father, Jesus Christ the righteous. And he himself is the propitiation of our sins, not for our sins only, but for those of the whole world. And by this we know that we have come to know him, if we if we keep his commandments. The one who says, I have come to know him, and does not keep his commandments is a liar, and the truth is not in him. But whoever keeps his word, in him the love of God has truly been perfected. So again, it's talking about the same thing. Love the Lord your God, love your neighbor as yourself. And if we go on here, the one who says he abides in him ought to himself walk in the same manner as he walked. Beloved, I am not writing a new commandment to you, but an old commandment, which you have had from the beginning. The old commandment is the word which you have heard. Okay? So, again, he's talking about that law of love. Okay? Now, getting to the main question here. Noting 1 John was written after Christ had paid for sins, what commandments would a 90 AD believer think they should obey? First of all, they would have all universally across the board said the two great commandments. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength, and love your neighbor as yourself. That would have been the commandments that would have been. And then beyond that, they would have kept the law, the moral law, not the ritual law, but the moral law as a means to love your neighbor as yourself. Okay? So, Paul will advise his many, basically, if you steal no more, work for a living. If you hate your brother, stop hating your brother. If you slander, stop slandering. Stop bearing false witness. So there's the moral law is still a teacher in all this. And the believers in 90 AD would have had that perspective that the law doesn't save, but it also will say that, okay, yeah, to love your neighbor, don't do these terrible things to your neighbor. Don't commit a what a concept.
Don't brutalize your neighbors.
Yeah, don't brutalize your neighbors.
Wow.
Don't steal their stuff. Keep your paws off his wife, or her husband. Yeah. Just stop doing these nasty things to your neighbor. Okay? It's shocking moral concept. Don't be crummy to your neighbor. Okay. Just, jeez. Okay, so basically that's everything that the law, talks about is that's why it's encapsulated in the two great commandments. Jack Ray, don't steal your neighbor's lawnmower. But yeah, don't steal your neighbor's lawnmower. Don't steal the gas from your neighbor's lawnmower. Yep. Okay. So, yeah, there were people who did struggle with this, okay, in around 90 AD. Okay. You did have a sect of pseudo believers called the Judaizers, and they would say that you had to keep all the provisions of the ritual law to be saved. And we have a version of that today in the Hebrew Roots movement. But that's not how you're saved. You're saved by grace through faith, through the finished work of Jesus Christ. So the followers of Christ would have known that Christ paid for sin, and that the law was then the work of loving your neighbor. So, Mama, no siphoning. Yeah, no siphoning. Johnny Wolf, but I need more gas for my car. Mama, we had a next door neighbor do that to us when we lived in South Carolina. Alcoholic kid beating jerk. Yeah, you get that. Unfortunately. Oh. Oh, my parents had a neighbor that came in and stole vegetables from their garden. So, Jack Ray, hey neighbor, why does your breath smell like gasoline? Yeah. Ugh. Yee. Okay. So, to get back to the seriousness here. So yeah, all those texts are going to be discussing the laws of love. The laws of love. And the laws of loving your God, the laws of loving your neighbor. Okay? And the early Christians would have known that difference between what's the ritual law and what's, say, the moral law, and and they would have followed the moral law as a way of loving their neighbor. Again, don't steal their stuff. Keep your paws off of your neighbor's spouse. Don't hate on your brother. At least don't beat him up in an alley somewhere, okay? Love your neighbor. Love your enemy. Show goodness to them. That's the other thing too, is there's the antithesis of the law as a school teacher too, per Galatians. Okay, yeah. The law the moral law is a school teacher. It shows you what is sin, but it also shows you what's goodness. Okay. If you see your enemy down on his luck, help him out. If you see somebody struggling, give him a hand. There's ways to show that go beyond the law, that are part of keeping the law of love. So, and this is what made Christianity in the first century really distinct. Is, like, for example, when plague hit Rome. I think that may have been the 3rd century. But when plague hit Rome, all the Romans took off. They got out of town. They went to Ravenna to escape the plague in Rome. The Christians stayed behind and tended the sick. And many of them died as a result, but it left an indelible impression upon the Romans that the Christians were there taking care of the pagans who were really, really ill. So, So yeah, so they knew the early Christians knew the law of love. They knew the law of love. They knew love your God, love your neighbor. So they knew what law to obey because it had been so emphasized by Christ and the apostles. Okay, as you can see, it's emphasized in Matthew, it's emphasized by John, and it was emphasized by Christ. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for that very, very generous super chat. I think we discussed this thoroughly. And again, thank you for this wonderful support of the channel. We really appreciate it. Okay. Let's see where we are here in the list. We only got 2 more left, it looks like. Okay, Mama for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. The creepy and honestly funded guidestones near Alberton, Georgia supposedly have Egyptian hieroglyphs on them. Are they legit? I have never read the guidestones. Okay, so I don't know if they're legit. I would have to get a copy of them, a good copy. Okay, sometimes people send me blurry copies of hieroglyphs and expect me to read them. It's like, no, I really need clear copies. Okay. But sometimes, as I said, people sometimes send me the most janky gifs of hieroglyphs, and it's so blurry you can't make them out. But they expect me to read them somehow. But even if I did have them, it would take me time. Oh, they were destroyed? Okay. Well, there goes that. They were destroyed a few years ago. That doesn't mean someone didn't get a good high-res photo of it, but... Darkblade, on the topic of hieroglyphs, I went through 10 ancient Egyptian translators earlier today, all being terrible. Yeah, most of them are. Egyptian is a difficult language. It's not as hard as, say, Akkadian in its grammar. It's just really different. But because it's really different, your typical translation program is not going to do a good job of it. Yeah, using a translator program for Egyptian, that's not going to work well. Because I think a lot of them are based on Budge. Yeah, Budge. Well, it's based on Budge. Yeah. Oh yeah, they will definitely make Hoffmeyer cringe. Darkblade goes, most of them weren't even trying to translate, just transliterate letter by letter. Yeah, that's not how it works. Yeah. Yeah, you can't do that. Not with hieroglyphs. Yeah, yeah, don't
come up with something
yeah, it's just crazy. Just crazy. It's like Darkblade, I got horned viper, reed leaf, folded cloth, houseplant for fish. Well, I don't know. Is how close is that? Okay, so that would be a F. Okay, relief. B. Folded cloth. This. This it. Okay. Let me just see if that actually works to fish. Okay. Let me just see if... I'm just curious now. Does that actually work out to fish? Egyptian, I'll just use let's go here because that's probably easiest here to look this up quickly. Yeah, there it is. Let's go. Let's go. F. So horned viper. It's definitely F. F. Oh, the house plant, that'd be H. That'd be just a regular H. Yeah, that's F. My guess is the house, the reed leaf would probably be silent anyway, but yeah, that's it's not any fish I know of. I can tell. Nope. No spelling like that for fish. Darkblade, one correctly identified that SH was one sound, gave me the pool instead. Well, the pool uniliteral is a sh. Is a sheen. So that would be correct, but dang. No, I mean most of those translators can't determine what a determinative is. Like for example, father, eat, has a viper in it, and that's more normally a uniliteral F. Most of those translators can't handle that. It just doesn't understand that F, that viper F is not a uniliteral. It's a determinative. So yeah, it will just really botch that sort of thing up. Okay, so Guidestone, I have not seen the hieroglyphs on them. I don't know if they're legit. I've never seen a picture of them. So unfortunately, Mama cannot say if they're legit or not. I have not seen them. Okay, so sorry about that. But even if I had that text, it'd probably take me some time to work my way through it anyway. And then finally, we have Jack Ray gifting the channel 10 Ancient Egypt and the Bible memberships. Thank you so very much. And we really appreciate your support of the channel. It really helps. And we're so thankful for your constant support of the work we do. Okay. That's it for the super chats. What do we have for non-super chats? I have answered most of them. Does that mean I get to go to bed early, or is the audience going to say, no, more food wars? I hadn't seen that video. Yeah, Scott Worthing, time to ask away, people. No, more food wars. Darkblade asks, do you know Korean? No, I do not know Korean. I shop at a Korean store, though. I buy food from a Korean store. Korean supermarkets are neat. They're really neat. I love Korean supermarkets. Mama says, well, I'm going to bed as soon as I finish my water buffalo cheese. You got your hands on water buffalo cheese? How? How? How did you get that? That stuff is hard to get. That stuff is amazingly difficult to get. And it doesn't last. You know a guy. You've been on the dark web, haven't you? That's dark web kind of stuff.
Okay. John,
Okay. Um, Jonathan Walker asks, "What's your favorite thing or discovery that Kitchens researched in the Bible?" I don't know. Um, that's a good question. I think my favorite of his work is actually not his biblical work. My favorite of his work is his chronological work. I think his chronological work is excellent. And thorough. And thorough. So I was always more into Kitchen's chronology and his Ramesside inscriptions than I was into his biblical stuff. But he did some really good biblical stuff too. So I'm not taking that away from him. It's just my particular interests are more along the lines of his chronology. Okay. Linus Odell asks, any suggested reads about genealogies in Genesis as clans rather than individuals? I think this is work that needs to be written up. I haven't done it yet. There was some work done by Clinton Bailey on this, and was it Friedrich Gardner in the 19th century did some work on this too. Okay, so I think there's more work to be done here, and at some point I'm probably going to write a paper on this. I should probably write that down. For that, but because so yeah. But some of that stuff's hard to get now too, especially the Friedrich Gardner stuff. But it's a pretty old paper. But the work needs to be updated. Definitely needs to be updated, and a new paper needs to be done on this. And it's something I should probably do in my copious free time. Maybe after July, I might start having the time to do this. Um, where's this? 11:35. Okay, let's see, what was it? Let's see. Okay. Christian Mouse says, I'm writing a paper on early Yahwism, getting into stuff like El and Yahweh, as well as a sci-fi story, but working as a paramedic keeps me busy. Can I commission you to review it if I ever finish it? Um, I do beta reads for free. Okay. And basically the way beta reading works, uh, this is about the sci-fi story. And I do even do paper reviews. Okay. So yeah, I mean, you're on my Discord server. You know where to find me. Yeah, I do it for friends. Um, the way beta readers work is it's you read my book, I read your I beta read your work, you beta read mine. Okay, so um, that's how beta reading works. Now, understand what beta reading is. Okay, it's not a full editorial service. Okay, so I will not correct every grammatical or spelling mistake there. Okay, what I will do is I'll give you an overall opinion. And in the case of a sci-fi story, I will tell you where the story has weaknesses, where its strengths are, how it made me feel emotionally. I will give you good feedback on the sci-fi story. Okay, definitely. And I will be brutally honest because that helps the writer in the long term. Okay, so yes, I do beta reading. I have beta read for others, and it's one of those things where we help each other out through beta reading. So yes, Scott Worthington says, "Show me yours and I'll show you mine." Well, sort of, but um, the thing with beta reading too is there's no real risk with that, either. One of the things about beta reading is, you're you can't really rip somebody off with beta reading. You can, but it's um it's very unprofessional, and if word ever gets out that you screwed somebody over beta reading for them, oh yeah, your name will be mud forever. People will know. People will find out. They'll know. There have been lawsuits over this, so you got to take that confidentiality thing really, really serious as a beta reader. Yeah. Yeah. Babylon 5 versus Deep Space Nine. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, Christian Mouse, I would be happy to beta read your science fiction story. Again, I won't be what I won't do is I won't do structural editing, I won't do line editing, and I won't do most editing functions. Okay, but I will beta read, and you will get some very, very good feedback from that. Okay. As far as your paper on early Yahwism, yeah, I can read that too, and it will be a different kind of read. It'll be a nitpicky. That will be a nitpicky read. Like that'll be critique read, and critique reads are different. Okay, for a nonfiction paper, when you do a critique read, you are basically kicking the tires on the idea. You're challenging the idea on every front to make sure the paper is as solid as it can be. If you don't cite a reference properly, I'll mention that. If your ideas lack merit, yeah, I'll mention that. But I'll kick the tires on the idea, and that's what you want out of a good critique of an academic paper. Is you want the toughest guy to critique your paper before it goes to press. Okay? This is why I often used to send papers to Alan Millard. Okay? Alan Millard was tough as nails. Oh my gosh. He was the toughest paper critiquer I have ever had. May God rest his soul. Yeah, miss him. He passed away a couple years ago. But boy, that guy was so nitpicky and tough. And he was hard to convince. So if you got him to accept your hypothesis, yeah, you won. You won the lottery. It was so good. Okay. So it's materially different to critique a academic paper as opposed to a sci-fi story. A sci-fi story in a lot of ways is more enjoyable to critique because you really want that feeling of what the story brings, and in the case of a sci-fi story, what I'm going to do is I'm going to critique your craft. Less about the ideas. Going to be more critical about your craft, your story development, your characterization, what it makes me feel, the quality of your subtext. So, but absolutely, I would be happy to do that for you. No problem. Jack Ray. Wait, Dr. Fulk says a guy is nitpicky and tough? Wow. Yeah. Yes, he was. Very. Christian Mouse says, that's awesome. Thank you. I think the El and Yahweh paper will need a strong critique. Honestly, that gave me motivation to try to get it done. Yeah, sometimes it does. Yeah. But yeah, I'd be happy to critique him. Again, I do all this stuff through Discord. So you know where to contact me on Discord. I know you're a Discord member. And for anyone else who's a Discord member and wants to join our writers group, join our Discord. The link is in the description. Okay. Let's see. What else have we got? Dark Blade. When are we getting a marathon of bad arguments for Exodus mythicism? They're all bad arguments. I haven't compiled one. Some of it is just that, you know, it's some, in many ways, Exodus mythicism is the same argument repeated. Yeah. Over and over and over and over again. You know? I mean, it's not even new between arguments. And I think that's what's so terrible about Exodus mythicism is it's just the same stuff. It's just always an absence of evidence argument every time. I mean, I remember I got this one, you know, and a guy who said, well, you know, where do they get the shoes from? What? I got this Exodus mythicist who says, yeah, the Israelites don't mention where they get shoes from. All the cattle were killed with the hail. Lots of leather out there. They're not just going to let it rot in the field. Yeah, but where do they get the cloth for clothing? They had sheep. Well, where do they get the loom from? The Bible doesn't talk about them having looms. A couple sticks and rocks. Lots of that in the Sinai. It just was one absence of evidence argument right after the other. Yeah, and we get dozens of these every day. You know, it's just, you know, we get just, oh, she's throwing it in my face now. Mama says, finished my cheese. It was like bougie, savory Velveeta. Hey, that water buffalo cheese is prime stuff. The Italians prize this on pizza. Okay, you can't get a Naples pizza. I mean, you get Naples pizza and it has water buffalo mozzarella on it, and you can't get it anywhere else because it spoils in 2 days. Okay, as I said, that's dark web stuff. Water buffalo cheese is dark web stuff. Oh, you can't. I mean, buffalo cheese spoils super fast. In that respect, it's kind of like goat cheese, except it spoils faster than goat cheese. Yeah, I know my cheeses. You know, they probably had to fly it. You're so funny. It was from California thing. Then they flew it out. That's all I can say. Because that stuff does not last long. I mean, if you've ever had goat cheese that's gone a little old, not good. No, you eat your goat cheese real fast. Same with buffalo cheese, real fast. I can't even get it here. I can't even get it here. The fromager on 4th Street doesn't even carry it. Man, if they had buffalo cheese, I'd try it in an instant, but good luck getting it. Okay. Let's see what else here we got. All right, and we're almost done with the night anyway, so let me see if I have anything else here. I'll do a quick scan, and if they're not, we'll just call it an early night, because I think our viewers are getting tired. They're full of buffalo cheese, and they're getting sleepy, and they've probably gone and started eating pineapple pizza and hot dogs.
Yes.
Mama says, dang, I am blessed. I guess I gotta woo you and Kiara down here with cheese then. You know, that would work. That would seriously work. Take a side trip from Boston in November. Yeah. All right, let's see what we got up here. Way at the top. I'll just answer the Iron Knights ones quickly here. IP made a video talking about, did Moses make errors? In it, he commented that the 6 months between Aaron's death and Moses was symbolic, too short for all of the events to heaven. What do you think? I haven't watched this video. So, unfortunately, I can't comment on it because I haven't watched it. And I would have to look into that issue anyway as a separate issue. So, unfortunately, I can't comment on this. But I thought I'd at least let you know that I saw the question. Okay, we'll take one more question if someone wants to throw something up. Otherwise, we're going to call it a night. Alrighty, so I guess we're going to probably call it a night then. Because nobody else is asking any more questions. They've run out of questions. Finally! 206 episodes, and they've finally run out of questions. Woohoo! We did it! We did it! They have a question. Alright, we'll take that one finally. How do we know Papias is Jewish? Almost all the Christian converts of the 1st century were Jewish. Almost all of them. There were a few that were Romans, but almost all of them. And this is just something that was normative for Christians of the first century and a half. Okay, so it's not documented. It's not documented, so you're not going to find it in a document or anything like that. It was just was Luke Jewish? Now that's an interesting question. We are not quite sure. It is believed he had Jewish, at least I think he had Jewish grandparents. So there is some suggestion that even Luke had some Jewish ancestry in him. But almost all the believers of the 1st century were Jewish. They were more often to be Jewish than not in the 1st century. It's only in the 2nd century that Christianity starts getting traction with Gentiles in a big way. Okay. Yeah. Scott Worth and Irenaeus was weirdo for being a Gentile convert from Smyrna. Yeah, he was interesting. He was kind of odd. Okay. Harry Stark asks, were Polycarp, Ignatius, and Justin Martyr Jewish too? Justin Martyr, yes. Yes, he was Jewish too. And he lived in a Jewish community. Okay? So, yeah, he lived in the same community as Trypho. Okay? So, yes, he was Jewish. Okay? Polycarp was as well. Okay? Ignatius, maybe. Not sure about Ignatius. But Polycarp was. Okay? So, again, almost all of those believers in the first of the 1st century were Jewish believers. Okay, it did not resonate. Christianity did not resonate really with as I said, the Gentile world until the 2nd century, really. So almost all of those people in the 1st century who were 1st century converts were Jewish. Almost all of them. And it's only after that we start finding that they started going into, say, Gentile communities as such. Okay? But there were some Gentiles, but they were more of the exception more than a rule. Harry Stark says, some say Justin Martyr was a Gentile, which made me confused. Yeah, you know what? There was an anti-Semitic sentiment in some historians, okay? And we have to recognize that too. There was a lot of, especially among supersessionists. You see this especially amongst, say, supersessionist church historians. Many of them will say, well, you had this hard split between Jews and Gentiles in the first century, and that's not the way the first century worked. What you had was a hard split between Messianic Jews and nationalistic Jews. Okay, that's the split, and you have to understand that context when you approach the first century AD, because with the destruction of the temple of Jerusalem in 70 AD, that split of Jew and Christian is going to be quite dramatic. Okay, Christian, basically the Messianic Jews, the Christians, are getting out of Jerusalem before its destruction, whereas the nationalists are going to stay in Jerusalem, and they're going to go through years of a real nightmare. Okay, but they are going to relocate to different places once the destruction of Jerusalem happens. But this is going to be formative for both, say, rabbinic Judaism and early Christianity. So, you'll look at a historian like Philip Schaff, and he'll basically tell you that in the first century AD, almost all the converts, like 95% of the converts to Christianity, were Jewish. It's after that first century, and really when you get to mid-second century, where you start to see the majority of converts start being the Gentiles. Okay, and this is something that we even see prophesied too. Unto the Jew first, and then the Samaritan, and then the Gentile. So, yeah, last on the list is the Gentile. Okay, so this was part of, say, the big plan too. Okay, so you're not gonna find people writing in the text that I'm a Jew. Okay, so you're not gonna find that in general, but you can pretty much presume it because of the time era involved. Unless there's you almost have to approach it this way. You almost have to approach it that if it's first century or early second century, unless they state they're a Gentile, they're probably a Jew. Okay, they're probably an Israelite who's basically converted to Messianic Judaism. Okay, or at least the ancient Israelite version of that. Okay, all right. So I think that covers that. And we're going to call it a night at this point. I want to thank everyone for joining us tonight. Thank you so much for the super chats and the people who've donated to us through something. Cinder Element. I don't know either. Oh, okay. I don't want to take that question. All right. Okay. So anyway, we're gonna wrap it up here. Okay. So anyway, I want to thank our super chatters and people who donate to us through PayPal. Thank you very much. You support this channel. You put food on our table, and you keep us doing what we do. And we want to thank you for your support of the channel. We also want to thank our YouTube membership members and our Patreon supporters. You keep our equipment running, and we've had a lot of difficulties with that lately, so we thank you for that. We really appreciate your support, because you pay to keep us going. Okay, we also want to thank the regular subscribers who view our channel, who view our videos, hit that like and subscribe button, and recommend our videos to other social media platforms. You guys get the message out there. With that said, thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.